The following content is intended for mature audiences. Viewer discretion is advised. Connection established. A.D.A. Online.
Hello, and welcome to the 4th episode of A.D.A. Online. This is the April recap, where I go over some of the things I found interesting throughout the previous month. Now, besides this one coming out super late, almost at the very end of May, as a little tradition it seems we have going on, I'm going to tell you about my recent tech issues. Now, your robot has made a little bit of an oopsie recently, while transferring files from my SSD to my external hard drive. I somehow deleted my entire rendered videos folder. This normally would not be too big of an issue. My YouTube channel has pretty much everything I've uploaded. I have another hard drive in storage right now that has more videos from further back, and thankfully, I'd actually uploaded the recent iDubbbz video the night before this happened. But the real issue was the rest of the Ashes Neko special. At the time, I had the first one up on YouTube. Part 2 and 3 were ready to go. But again, I accidentally deleted them. Thankfully, I was able to recover them. If not, my plan was literally to not tell anyone that this has happened and just do a rush job to make sure they were still out on time like I promised. When I realized that, I could not believe what I had done. But with Auddenum's boomer tech issues out of the way, we're going to start with the lolcow segment. And what better way to start the lolcow segment than with the first cow, Christian Weston Chandler. On April 4th, Chris was spotted in Helsinki, Finland. Thought you Spurgs might want to know that I spotted Chris this Wednesday in Helsinki, Pasilia, in a small convenience store near the place where he's been spotted previously. He bought a bag of chips and an energy drink. Nothing else special to mention. Wore thick black glasses, but was definitely recognizable. To me, it seems likely that he lives nearby. Finland? That's a long ways away from Ruckersville, Virginia. What's Chris doing there? This is not the first time that Chris has been spotted in Finland. In fact, he has been there a total of 4 times now. To a casual Christorian, this doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Chris has never kept it a secret that he was a gigantic weeb. He loves anime, video games, and just in general, otaku culture, so you would think that Japan would probably be the first place he would go to. Chris also has a very bizarre connection to Mexico. He goes by his Spanish names Ricardo and Carlos throughout history. He tried to combine his birthday, Valentine's Day, and Mexico's Flag Day all together into a holiday he called Christian Love Day. And he also believes that if he says something in Spanish, he can brainwash somebody into thinking something, even if they don't know any Spanish whatsoever. Unfortunately for Chris, that is not how MKUltra worked. Now, ever since Chris went to jail, I think it's pretty safe to say that the majority of people that used to keep up with him religiously have just sort of stopped. After Chris's arrest, I used to see what was going on in the world of Christian every once in a while, but after so long of nothing happening, I just moved on to other things, like a certain attic goblin that you may or may not be aware of. Well, in March of 2023, Chris was released from prison. Let me pull up this picture right here. He was looking like Wormtongue from Lord of the Rings. You can see that smile he used to have, long gone. But this brings us back to why Chris has been flying to Finland. While Chris was in jail, he started getting letters from a woman, believe it or not a troll. Now, meet Flutter. Flutter is more than likely Chris's girlfriend slash fiance. Now, before we go any further, I'd just like to say this. Despite her appearance, Flutter is actually in her 30s. I know how ridiculous that is, especially with that center picture. It looks like a grandmother taking her granddaughter out to buy a pet. Now, if you get easily nauseous, avert your eyes. This is Christian and Flutter kissing in a store, caught on CCTV. Well, both Chris and Flutter have been spotted together in Virginia and Finland. In 2023, Chris downloaded Duolingo. That's an app where you can learn a different language, and he started trying to learn Finnish. This started leading many people to believe that she either comes from Finland or of very recent Finnish descent. One of the leading theories, and especially the one that I believe, is that the two of them are in a serious relationship and that these trips are for Chris to meet Flutter's parents as they're getting ready for marriage. Now, Chris has claimed that two of them are just good friends, but at the same time, Chris, last year, also made the infamous claim that she was pregnant with his child. Now, hold on, I've got that clip right here.
When the child is actually coming into play, or somewhere around that point. Or I just might keep y'all in the dark and let y'all know it wait till after the child is born.
Could you imagine Chris Chan having a child? Bob and Barb, for whatever you want to say about them, I truly believe they thought, raising Chris, they were doing the right thing. Chris could never take care of a child. Chris, I wouldn't trust him with a pet. Some people might say that's mean. He did take care of a lot of cats before, but that house was not a good place for, like, cats and dogs.
I mean, after all, I have a right to my privacy.
I have a right to my privacy. Chris, you gave up your privacy back in 2007. Having a kid. Now, I'm no Casanova, but I think that most women would not be very happy about one of their male friends saying they got them pregnant on a live stream and that the baby was going to be born, like, in the summer. Yet here we are. To my knowledge, they still talk. Chris Chan still says that they're just friends. That is insane. That is insane. Chris had later gone on record saying, "No, she's not having a kid. I just said that." Now, that was not the only thing that had happened with Chris that month. The Gamer from Mars, a YouTuber, also released a trailer for an interview that he had with Chris Chan, as well as a full documentary that we're going to see a couple of parts of, including what Chris Chan wants to be called from now on. Now, on a side note, I'm just going to say this. One of the things I absolutely hate about people like trying to talk about Chris Chan, if you call Chris Chan, they'll say, no, it's Christine. But that hasn't been the case in like 3 or 4 years. I think it was 2022. Chris Chan said, "No, my name is Jesus Christine Chandler Sonichu Goddess Blue Heart." And then it was a bunch of other stuff. So it's like, if you're going to correct people on the name, get it right. Chris Chan's also said he's fine with just being called Chris.
There never, ever, ever was any sense between Barbara and I, period.
Period.
It just feels like a roller coaster, like we're reaching the top of the tallest elevation, and once we meet Christine.
Oh my lord! Hold on. Okay, no, we are going back. We are going back a second. What is Chris wearing? Okay, so if you're listening to this, so Chris Chan is wearing. Let's go top to bottom. We've got what looks like black hair, kind of dyed blue. Some reading glasses. It's not like a face mask. It's like, some people will know what I'm talking about. It's like a tube that goes around your neck that you could like pull up to your face. Chris is covering his mouth and nose with that. Then we have a leather jacket that is, words cannot describe how small this is. Wow. So I think everyone would agree that if your jacket or shirt goes above your belly, you probably shouldn't wear it. Chris's jacket, the leather jacket he's wearing right now, goes up to like the bottom rib. Underneath that is a red shirt, a jean skirt, and then I'm going to assume some tights and Sonichu. Sorry, I should have said the Sonichu medallion. But yeah, I would assume the Sonichu shoes are there too. If I ran this business and someone walked in there, I don't know what I'd do.
Hey, viewers at home, that's a great view.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we got another view. I was right. I assumed they would have been black tights, but no, they look like a flower pattern. And then I can't tell if that's My Little Pony socks or like gay flag socks. It's hard to tell. So that was the trailer. It looked very promising. Unfortunately, it was not. Now, the reason why is that there was like no Chris Chan in that whatsoever. There was a total of 11 minutes of Chris Chan in an hour documentary. Let's just pull this up right now. Okay, so this is the Gamer from Mars talking with Chris Chan. And Gamer from Mars is about to get a gift
Christine,
Yeah.
what's your current title?
Yeah, I
Oh, yeah, sorry. So this is where Chris says the new name.
prefer to go by Christ Chan these days, or
Christ Chan. Christine. I will never say that.
Christine.
Okay, sounds good. So you have something for me?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
here
give
it
me
is.
one to
Here it
start.
is. So I want you to think about the Styxx Medallion curse. Now we've all seen Nicholas Rekieta. iDubbbz. Just anyone who dons the medallion suffers for it. I know I've said this before, but Lolcow trading card game, I'd bought a Tophiachu shirt from them, like a Tophiachu medallion shirt. Now, once this curse started happening, I said, you know what? I'm not messing with this. I'm throwing it out. And so I threw it in the garbage. And I swear that night, I had a nightmare about it. So yeah, I 100% believe in this curse. So think about the Tophiachu medallion. What you're about to see is more cursed than any other Tophiachu medallion I've seen on the planet.
As the flip it over.
Is this an eyeball?
Look at that. It is the Tophiachu shape. It's got the colored ears. In the center of it, it's got a blue marble and a blue ring around it. If I was playing Bloodborne and I picked this up, I feel like you'd have to do an entire quest to like remove it from your inventory.
No, essentially it's a megastone, but really it's a Orsphere quartz. Very, very blessed, and definitely so.
Very, very blessed. Very, very blessed. I want to remind you, Irate Gamer, he had a Tophiachu medallion, and he did proper ghost testing to see how cursed it was. Not only would I not let this thing in my home, I would not let that thing in. I feel like if I was driving home with that, I would end up like the Warren family with the Annabelle doll. They're driving home with it in the car. All of a sudden, they start swerving all over the road.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. This is awesome.
This is awesome. Okay, so this is another highlight, I want to say, even though there really were no highlights. The only reason I'm saying this is because it feels like we get classic Chris back, like he breaks out for one moment.
2 phones. I got 2 phones. One for the trolls and one for my homes. I got 2 phones. One for the boys and one for my friends. You think?
Okay, what is he? Okay, I know that's a phone. Actually, I think I know what that is. Sorry. So a lot of phones recently, they've had this like feature where, oh, you can actually like fold it. So you have like either a regular sized phone that's pretty thick, or you can get like a small tablet out of it. So I'm pretty sure Chris is like 2 phones duct taped together.
2 phones. I'm so popular.
That reminds me so much of years and years ago, Chris Chan did some bizarre Easter video where he's like, pew, pew, pew. I can't do it justice. You know what? I'm gonna put this in post.
Pyong, pyong, pyong for grass and champ. Pyong, pyong, pyong for some shout. Happy Easter.
But yeah, Chris Chan made that, and that whole scene like reminded me so much of old Chris Chan. Now that was pretty much it for Chris in the month of April, but I do have one thing I would like to read out from it. Now, in the documentary that I watched, this was something Chris wrote while he was in jail. I could not believe my eyes, so I had to include it. Anyway, the Quran is literally all over the place. Not to offend nor make jest, but there's only some new insights and takes heavily from the Bible. The Quran is to the Bible as Family Guy is to The Simpsons. I don't know how. I know Chris's mind is warped, but holy. Now, I'm not exactly sure what's next for Chris. I'm not even going to attempt to try because that is a story where nothing can be predicted, no matter how much Chris Chan that you read up on. Literally all you can do is watch from the sidelines. And with that, the Chris Chan segment is over, and we will be moving on to our next segment. Now, I'm trying to keep this from becoming the Bossman Jack, DSP, and Styxx and Hexenhammer show, like it feels like it's been the past couple of episodes. So, we're going to be moving on to somebody that I've never talked about before. That being the poop squatch himself, Andy Ditch. Andy Ditch is somebody that I keep up with kind of, but unlike DSP where it seems like I get a highlight every week, with Andy Ditch, it's more like I get one every couple of months. I have never mentioned Mr. Ditch on the channel before, so I'm going to give a quick rundown on who he is. Andy Ditch is a 39-year-old lunatic who pretends to have developed autism since he was in his early 20s. After this, his family was going to have to look after him and, of course, change his diaper. Now, yes, you heard that right. He will also have accidents that are not accidents because he does it on purpose. Why does he do this? Because he gets off on it. Now, first, let's hear him speak as a normal person so we get a little understanding of him.
Router, you're going to have just wireless connectivity going straight ahead. And
oh, I should mention, so Andy Ditch used to run a computer company. I believe it was called A.D.A. PCs. Not a very good name, but whatevs.
Splitting off into different directions from there. This actually go all 360-degree directions. This wireless router antennas. Then what you want to do is plug in your coax cable right here onto your cable modem. If you got a DSL modem, you may have to hook up a phone line over the instead of using a coax cable.
Now I know what some of you are thinking. Dentum, you cheat. Yeah, that guy looks like he's played his fair share of Dungeons and Dragons and LAN parties, but he doesn't sound that bad. Well, I'm here to tell you that yes, he is. I want you to remember what we just heard. So he sounds like a bit of a nerdy guy talking about routers and modems. I almost said rodems like twice. Let's see what he sounds like normally. Let's see what he sounds like normally today.
I want to go to a shelter.
So this is Andy Ditch talking to the police.
Let them figure it out, because at least give me mission.
It's not
they
their
come
job
they
to figure it out.
But they said I don't need any help. This facility said it was discharged. Can you have the discharge paperwork for them to see from the facility here?
So they offered for you the ability to be discharged. They didn't force you to be discharged.
Oh, I felt like I was being forced to.
You're not forced to
You were
at all.
asked if you wanted to sign out of AMA because you were trying to break through the doors.
But I don't
And
want
go
to
through
be
the fire
here.
emergency
I want to
exits.
be discharged.
Okay, so do not listen to a word that comes out of his mouth. I probably should have started with a different video, but Andy Ditch will do something on camera and then, like, minutes later, accuse someone else of doing it.
Because he said I was discharged.
You're saying
Oh, and of course, I should really point this out. He is faking all of this.
you want the high level of care, correct?
But they don't want to help me get OPWDD. They don't want to help me get into assisted living. I'm getting confused. One minute being discharged, one minute they want to help me.
So, like I said, that's a stark difference before and after. Now, this means that Andy's parents have been taking care of him for pretty much his entire life now. And ever since he started faking having autism, I want you to listen to this. This is what his parents have had to deal with in the comfort and what should be the safety of their own home.
Please, I want you to stop.
Now, Andy Ditch in this video, he is, I'm going to say, somewhere between 37 and 39 years old. Now, I only know that because I know he's like 39 right now, and this is a bit of an older video.
I want to get my...
Now, let's look at this. I have never had to buy diapers for a baby, myself, or an elderly family member. But I'm like 99% sure that is what he's ripping up right now.
My sneakers, Dad, so I can go run away. Please?
Okay, so Andy Ditch is talking about running away. Now, again, I need to really make this clear. He is faking all of this. This is not what he sounds like. So, as a 37 to 39-year-old man, he's talking about running away. One time, what he did, he went outside, went into the middle of the road, called... Okay, so some Andy Ditch connoisseur is going to say to me, "Oh, damn, you got this wrong." And I very well might be, but he went in the middle of the road, laid down. I believe he called the fire department, completely, like, interrupted everything, and got arrested.
I want to get my sneakers since you fucking called me a fucking fake! And you hurt me! I want to...
The dad is in, like, a back brace, and the mother is dying. And they have to deal with this. And the only thing helping them right now, they have their son Joe at the same time. I don't know if he's Andy's little or big brother. Either way, he's like the better brother. He lives with them as well. If he wasn't there, I feel like those parents would have been in a much, much worse situation.
Get my sneakers, please! Calling police is you're not allowing me to get my sneakers. I'm calling.
I heard recently that he had called the police 700 times in the past couple of years. This man has cost so much money in taxpayer resources. Like, I don't know what to say.
The police is you're not allowing me to get my sneakers!
So I can destroy and make more?
I'm running away!
I don't have anything better to do? And you don't?
You call me a fake, Dad!
Where's your sneakers?
I don't know! He's holding me hostage! I asked you to go up.
Yeah, okay, look at the dad. He has a cane. So again, this is like, it's not a back brace. It looks like it's some, oh, sorry, accidentally hit the microphone. He's got a cane. His back, it's not a back brace, but it's like something to help him keep his posture, maybe stand up easier. And he has to deal with this rampaging throughout the house, screaming.
You're telling me this is my house. I can do what I want. You cannot tell me what to do.
Yeah, notice how the brother and the dad are both filming? That's for their own safety.
You abused me mentally. And you want me to get hurt, Dad. You threw out my teddy bear because you say I don't need it. You called me a fucking fake. You ripped up my diapers.
You ripped up my diapers. Now we're about to hear Andy Ditch get told, no, you did that. That's why I believe that's what he was ripping up earlier in the video.
Threw out my medicine because
you ripped up your diaper.
Wow. Now again, let's take a little look at this. What's that in his hand? Now, like I said, I've never had to buy these for my life. But I believe that is 100% him ripping them up in a tantrum. But that's not all. That's not all. Andy Ditch is even worse than that. One day, he decided he was going to poison his family's coffee supply. This is actually evil. Like, if I don't care if it's my kid or not. If they try to poison my coffee in the morning, or I shouldn't just say coffee, anything, like they're out of there.
A man from the city of Tonawanda faces 3 felony charges accused of spiking the food of several of his family members. Police say 34-year-old Andrew Ditch put Epsom salts and laxatives in the food and the water reservoir.
Look at that photo. That looks like the South Park World of Warcraft guy. You can tell there's no remorse in that head of his. All he's thinking about is, ugh, why am I here? They deserved it.
The family's coffee machine. The family members.
He's an actual freak. Like, there's no amount of saying that will be enough.
Knew something was wrong when they all started to suffer from nausea, abdominal pain, and severe diarrhea. Ditch was arraigned and is being held on $5,000 bail. He will return to court tomorrow for a felony hearing.
Again, he would not be living under my roof after doing that. I would press charges. I would get a restraining order. Like everything I could do to make sure that was it. Now, somehow his parents never kicked him out after that. This is one of the most famous videos of Andy Ditch out there. He was physically removed from the home by the police because he refused to turn off his oil diffuser that was causing his mother with respiratory issues. Spoiler alert, she's dead now, by the way. I believe it was largely like respiratory issues. And he was causing her trouble with this. Now, I have some highlights of the situation.
Very bad.
Okay, yeah, so she starts out saying, very bad for the dog. Now, for anyone unaware, dogs and cats, I think any pet really, they do not handle smoke as well as we do, or things like that. That's of course like why miners used to bring, what are they called, canaries into the mines, because they would have like all these issues first. So if you smoke cigarettes in the house with your dog, smoke pot in the house with your dog, very likely even vaping. I don't really know too much about that one though. You are like actively harming them. Now, not everyone knows that. I think if you don't know it and you did it, just stop. If you didn't know, you didn't know. But if you do know, like you're a horrible pet owner.
Worse than it is for us.
Yeah, worse than it is for us.
For YouTube to know.
Yeah, we can see the mom. Looks like she's got a walker too.
PM Friday, March 13, 2020. Mom called police because Andy had oil diffuser.
Yeah, it's super late at night. The mother, who can barely walk, as you can see, she can't sleep because of this oil diffuser. Andy Ditch is gonna say, I like to do impressions. I can't do one of Andy Ditch because it's gonna be taken out of context. And again, like, that's not how he sounds. This is just what he's trying to put on for the camera.
He was on trying to keep relaxed.
He is such a piece of shit.
From my dad yelling.
These are my I need it for my coping skills. What does that even mean?
And not give me sensory break when I had to take a little break to try to be able to do set the table and clear the table for him. And my sugar got low then too. So YouTube knows that I'm doing my coping skills. Anytime Andy does something for coping skills, it's call the police time.
Anytime Andy does something for coping skills, it's call the police time. Marty has called Cyrax the world's worst grandson. Well, Andy Ditch might just be the world's worst son. This might actually be worse than, like, getting their house and selling it under them. These elderly people who have been taking care of him almost 40 years. He, in their final, him at the end of their life, is causing them so much harm and trouble.
And called the police because when she came downstairs to try to eat, it was so strong that she got that heart problem and breathing problem. I had to put the oxygen on. We asked her to turn it off. He refuses to do that. This morning when we came back from papers, the same thing. Even Joe, you can ask him. He had to go upstairs. We couldn't stand it because we're trying to eat, and he can't eat when it smells so bad. I have no idea. You'd have to ask him. He's videotaping us too.
I don't have to.
All right, now this cop, he has dealt with Andy Ditch multiple times. Now, if you were a Cyrax viewer of mine, you're probably aware of the cop who called him Chase and says, like, hey, I've talked to you about this before. I've told you what to do, and you're still doing this. He got into an argument with Cyrax while he was behind the door, locked inside by Sally. This is essentially Andy Ditch's equivalent. Now, normally, I would not like a cop coming into my home, giving me an attitude like this, but with this guy, like, he is fully justified.
Is it a court order?
We want to know if we can press charges because this is our home and it's bothering our breathing.
You didn't ask me to turn it off.
You didn't ask me to turn it off. What did we just see? They were telling him, hey, this is causing everyone issues in this home.
You stop shining that light in my face.
I can.
Oh, so this is good. Andy Ditch is about to say, oh, are you telling me to do that? It's like, just don't shine lights in people's faces.
Is that order or is that a violation?
This isn't the case of you're joking around with your friends, reflecting light off your watch into their eyes. This is like, just, I don't even know how to explain it.
You're gonna arrest me for having my light on camera?
Oh, spoiler alert. Andy Ditch is going to get arrested for this. Not for the light, but anything that he gets arrested for, I'm willing to look the other way.
As a matter of human decency, if you could stop shining.
Well, I did nothing wrong except for just trying to sit here, relax, and trying to do good, and I'm being not allowed to have something that helps me relax.
You're not giving me a chance to talk to you, alright? Can you stop shining the light in my face, please?
I have a legal right.
You have a legal right, you do, but I'm asking you, can you please stop?
I want a lawyer. Any further communication?
For what?
I have a legal right to have a lawyer.
Incriminating question.
I have a legal right to a lawyer.
Okay. Well,
have a nice day.
Your parents have a legal right to not breathe in fumes in their own house. Okay? So, I'm asking you to shut the oil diffuser off.
It's for my coping skills. And I don't have to.
It's for my coping skills. Last time I checked, cope, sneed, malding, they're all like not good things that you want to do. Why would he be saying, I need to cope?
Unless it's a court order for it.
Andy, can you please not?
If there's a court order, is that a request or is it an
It doesn't
order?
have to be a court order. Why do you have to talk like this all the time?
Is
It
that
doesn't
a
have to be
request
court
or is
order.
that a
No,
court
it's a
order
police
for me
officer
not
asking
having
you to
my
turn
oil
off your
diffuser
oil
that
diffuser.
helps me relax?
Oh yeah, so this is another really important thing about Andy Ditch. You're about to hear him say like all this law stuff, like, oh, you need a court order. Oh, are you telling me, or do I have to? He will say like all these different cop terms, all these different laws. He is such a snake.
You don't have to. You don't need that. Your parents have. Your mother's on oxygen. It's bothering her. Okay.
And I would have turned it off.
Your mother is on oxygen and has been hospitalized several times due to breathing problems.
Yeah.
And she calls to complain because this aggravates her breathing
And she didn't even tell me to turn it off. I was on the phone.
She didn't
with
even tell me.
services.
I'm asking you to shut it off.
Get a court order.
Get a court order. That cop literally just said. Now, it's something, again, Andy Ditch already knows about. His mother is on oxygen. She has respiratory problems. She has been hospitalized for this before. But no, that doesn't matter. All that matters is that he gets to smell whatever, I don't know, lavender, applesauce, whatever he likes.
And I'll do it.
No, I'm not getting a court order. I'm asking you to shut it off, or I'll shut it off.
Shut her off.
Okay.
And if you touch it, you violate my privacy.
It's bothering your parents. This is their house.
Okay, you're violating my privacy if you touch
I'm
it.
violating your privacy. How?
Because it's my property.
So, this is your parents' house.
Tell my dad to get my
Okay, this is disgusting, by the way. Andy Ditch is about to say, oh, well, if they don't like this, maybe they should get me an apartment. I think he was doing this on purpose, so that way his parents would pay for him to get his own place. Which, oh my, I don't know what to say. Like, so when you go to get an apartment, you need all sorts of things. I remember my first apartment. I had to show like a blank check, income statement. I think I had to do like a credit check, but I'm not really sure. Andy Ditch does not have a job. He thinks that like his parents would be paying the whole thing. He thinks that they're going to pay the whole thing. And I want you to look at this house. Does this look like the house of a rich family? Do they look like people that are very well off? Both of them, I don't know much about them, but I feel like Mr. and Mrs. Ditch at this time both had some very severe like medical issues that was eating into their savings. And Andy Ditch is such a selfish person. He did not care and wanted them to get him his place.
as my representative payee to get my apartment done.
What do you spend it on? What's that? What are you buying on Amazon?
Didn't have to answer anything, Miss Annie didn't have any problems with this. If you can't help me relax, then what am I gonna do?
There are so many different ways to relax. He could just go to sleep, maybe play a video game. But no, he has to do something that bothers everybody in that house.
You'll sign charges against?
Good, arrest me.
Arrest
and
me.
I'll have it for my disability.
Okay.
Now, I'm no cop expert, but do not ever say, arrest me in front of them. That like gives them, how do I say it? That like gives them justification for doing it. Like, just don't say it.
All right. Okay, go to jail then.
For what?
For harassment.
For harassment for something that's using it for my disability?
Yeah, because you're being unruly. This is ridiculous.
How is it unruly?
I'm not going to argue with you. I don't have to. Get your lawyer to talk to me.
He doesn't have one.
So I'm not allowed to have something to help me relax from my disability?
You know you'll have to sign harassment charges against him, right? Okay, good enough. We'll get that order of protection back in place too.
So I can't have something to help me relax? Seriously?
No, Andy, you cannot. Now, unfortunately, we did not get to see video of Andy Ditch getting arrested, but we did get to hear the audio of it. That's because Andy called 911, I believe, again.
I'm calling my lawyer.
Stand up and put your hands behind your back.
I didn't do anything wrong.
Stand up and put your hands behind your back.
Okay, so if you were ever getting arrested, just do what the cop says. You can fight it in court, but you cannot fight it like there.
Charged with resisting arrest.
I didn't do anything. Stand up!
Stand up right now.
Stand up.
You're hurting me.
Stand up.
You're abusing me.
Well, that's what happened.
I want to die because you don't want to help me.
Put your hands
I
on
want to
your back.
fucking die first.
You put your hands on your
You're gonna shoot me. You're gonna shoot me. You're gonna shoot me.
I wish I knew where all of these like telephone, please wait, music come from, because like, I swear I've heard that one from my bank. I swear I've heard it from like just various other places. I know like one place I've had to like deal with a lot. I think it was like my old internet company. I used to pay by like phone. I swear their music was like something from Twilight Princess, Zelda.
This is Haley. How can I help you? Crisis Services. This is Haley. How can I help you?
Help me relax.
Hello? I can't hear what you're saying.
Relax.
Well, this is what happened.
Hello?
I asked you to shut it off.
I
You wouldn't do it.
need to relax me.
Hello? There seems to be a problem with our connection. If this is an emergency, please hang up and dial 911 or give us a call back.
Okay, sorry, it wasn't 911. It was Crisis Services. Wait, hold on. Okay, so this has to be like Andy Ditch's phone. Look at how he spelled crisis. So, anyone listening, he spelled it, crisis is C-R-I-S-I-S. Andy Ditch spelled it C-H-R-I-S-E-S. I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce that. I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce that.
Services,
I did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong other than to help me relax. And now my head hurts because of you.
It sounds like he's in a parking lot, like with all that echoing.
You hurt my head.
You want to be pepper sprayed?
I didn't.
Oh, you want to be pepper sprayed? Oh my lord, that would be good. That would be good.
Nothing wrong.
Right now.
I did nothing wrong.
Behind your back.
I did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong.
Sorry, I can't get over pepper sprayed. I have never been pepper sprayed in my life. There have been many times, like, I've been cutting up, like, Thai chili peppers. And then, like, a nice while later, I, like, touch my eye. And then, you know the feeling. It's like, ah! So, yeah, that would have been funny. We never got it. Now, thankfully for that family, they kicked Andy Ditch out a while ago. But it's not just the family that he has to deal with either. He will also get into it with the police without the family involved. Now we have the same cop from earlier in this video. Let's see.
Hi.
What's going on?
What's going on? You can tell this cop hates Andy, and I don't blame him one bit.
I was hoping to get a call as I'm hurting a little bad.
You did get a call.
I did? What?
You did get a call and nobody picked it up.
Oh. I didn't, my phone is. I'm being cyberbullied.
And take your stuff offline.
Then take your stuff offline. This is identical to what happened with Cyrax. I'm being cyberbullied. Then delete your stuff.
Well, you've been told 1 million times.
Yeah.
The stuff you talk about online, you're asking to be cyberbullied, and there's absolutely nothing we can do about it.
Really?
Yep.
Really? Andy, what do you expect? If you put it out there, people are going to, like, watch. Now, it might not be a lot of people, but somebody will eventually see it for the most part.
How? According to the New York State law, that there's.
I'm not doing with this with you, Andy.
Why? Why? Because
Why?
you're part of the bullying?
No, I'm not part of the bullying. I'm at work right now on a Saturday night at 2 o'clock in the morning. You're calling me about cyberbullying. Okay?
Well,
So, whatever, Towanda, I think is the name of the town. If it's not in New York City, it's probably not, like, terrible. But I'm sure there are a lot more important things that this cop could be doing at 2 in the morning. Sorry, I forget if he said Friday or Saturday night. Like, party time. Than dealing with Andy Ditch crying about getting cyberbullied. When really, from what I understand, people just, like, re-upload what he posts. and talk about it.
I called about the firework that went off earlier.
I called about the firework that went off earlier. Now, if a firework goes off that you're not expecting, like it's not a holiday, yeah, it can be like a little bothersome maybe. But at the same time, like fireworks are cool. Imagine calling the police because of that.
And then I asked, because while I was on the phone, I asked it about the cyberbullying.
I mean, there's nothing I can do. It's YouTube. It's online. It's freedom of speech. Like, why are you putting your whole life online?
If not mistaken, impersonating other people and hiding behind fake names to antagonize me and attack me and impersonate you guys and harass you guys, and I'm sure you guys get a lot of that crap too.
Yes, Andy, the cops probably get that because of you. You called the police around 700 times, and again, I don't know how long, but that's way too much to call the cops. I'll tell you the first time I called the police, I was 8 years old, and I was told, hey, did you know that if you call 911 on a payphone, that you can actually call the police without paying money? And I thought, there's no way that's true. And so at the school, I went to a payphone, hit 911. The moment I heard like the operator answer the phone, I hung up, and then I felt really bad because I thought Santa was like going to put me on the bad list. I don't think he could tell you what the first time he called was.
I don't do anything about it. I don't put my life online. I don't talk about my medical problems online.
Well, there's nothing you can do about it.
There's nothing you can do about it.
It's not hate crime.
They're cyberbullying me.
Andy,
There's no
go
lie.
on any YouTube channel, and look at the amount of hateful comments on it. It's online. You're literally talking about anybody in the world commenting on your videos.
So let me
There's
just ask you
nothing we can
this.
do.
Let me ask you this. Is this affecting my mental health?
This is affecting my mental health. Well, Andy, from what I understand, you do not make any money doing this, so you don't have a financial incentive. You're not selling a service using your online fame. So yeah, there's no reason to keep this up. Just get offline.
Which is why I'm advising you to get your stuff offline. Don't put your stuff online.
Why are you yelling at me for?
Because you've been told this. I'm not yelling at you. I'm talking to you sternly. Okay.
Yeah.
And you have been advised of this and as to what to do about this problem tons and tons of times. I literally have heard Officer Kraft. I've been in the same room when you called Officer Kraft, the same exact issue. I'm being cyberbullied online, and he told you, and I quote,
So there's
don't
nothing
put your
you
life
can do
online.
about that, right?
What?
There's nothing. Well, you know what? When I get a guardian, there'll be something you have to do then.
When I get a guardian, something will have to be done. Andy, you could... I know I'm repeating myself, I really do. But all Andy has to do is stop uploading on the internet. If you have problems, just don't put them online.
About that. Because my dad's in the process of becoming my guardian.
Well, let me ask you this. You're pretty smart with computers, right?
Yeah.
How in the world would I go about investigating a fake name on YouTube? How would
It's
I,
actually out of your, it's out of your
a
job
city of
jurisdiction.
Tonawanda police officer, not a federal agent, not a cyber crimes detective, okay?
That's the FBI who has to do
How
with this.
would I go about investigating a random profile on YouTube?
You can't. That's up to the FBI to do that.
And the FBI is never going to do it. No way.
You know that for a fact?
I would say with 99.9% certainty, yes. Actually, I would bet 100%. You think the FBI is going to take time to investigate some random person's complaint that he's being cyberbullied online?
I don't know.
No.
I don't know.
No, we live in a crappy world, man. People are hateful.
They are.
Yeah, which is why you should keep your circle small and your sensitive issues to yourself. Take your stuff offline, delete your YouTube channel, stop venting online. That's all there is to it.
I've been trying to do that.
I've been trying to do that. Andy will make multiple YouTube channels. He'll make alts on things like Reddit. We're going to see one later in this episode. He will not get off the internet. Like, this is a common problem with these people. If I was having this much problem with the internet, you could make an alt and just like browse anonymously. Like, you don't have to put your life online.
Try to do it. You
If
go
you-
on.
if
You
you
go on
notice-
tonight and delete your YouTube channel. Point blank. Period.
If you haven't noticed, I haven't been posting anything.
I haven't noticed because I don't watch your video. But you know what? You posting online and you.
Ooh, so we're going to hear a good one. Now the cop is going to talk about how Andy was cyberbullying him, posting pictures of him, his family, his kids, and threatening him on the internet.
Being as active as you are online, that's what got your house, your address figured out by these people. That's what got all these fake profiles generated. If you would have just kept to yourself and kept your business to yourself, nobody would know anything. But you got to post online. And
Have you
gotta,
ever noticed that I'm also a victim of identity theft now too?
It's not identity theft. I know what you're talking about.
But no, actually, people are getting my medical access to my personal medical information without my knowledge, and that's one of the things that ECMs is
That's not
actually
identity theft.
stealing somebody's medical records is for the ECMC. When me and my independent living center worker had looked into this.
See, according to the ECM, he knows all these terms. He knows all these different laws.
There's been people who actually got my records unlawfully that I shouldn't have.
What about all the character defamation you've done to me personally online?
What do you
How
mean
you
by
talked
that?
about my family, how you talked about your suspected nepotism in the police department, how you talked about the
What the heck
Litzes,
is
you
this?
talked about issues of with Lieutenant Schultz before he got hired. You divulged personal information about all of us on there. How about that?
Really? I don't know.
Really? Really? Did I do that? Yes, Andy.
Yeah. Oh no, I have all the videos saved.
You do?
Yep.
Good. Show me that, please.
No.
Good, show me.
I have them saved for myself.
How does Andy Ditch have the same hairline as Cyrax? Like, all he's missing is the scabs. And, okay, you know what? Never mind. He's missing a lot of Cyrax's key features.
All those times you threatened to sue me about everything when you're the one that's literally posting online information that in an attempt to damage my character. What about all that? Do I call you and ask you what to do about it?
Andy. So I know this has been a little bit of a long introduction, but now we finally have an understanding of who Andy Ditch is. Let's start seeing what he's been up to lately. Well, on April 9th, Andy Ditch's brother Joe, who, you know what, after watching this, I really like the guy. I feel like if you're gonna work with him, he would be pretty chill. Probably definitely one of the cooler guys you'd work with. Well, he would do an update on both Andy Ditch getting kicked out of the home that he was living in, as well as his mother's situation.
We're in a roller coaster, guys. We're on a roller coaster ride, guys. And this is not going to be bits and bobs. Bits and bobs. I'm going to leave as like you give me you know, you can question, like, give me questions on the comments, and I'll pick one to answer. So, with that said, I thought everything was going well with my mother, and it did for a short while, and she's not eating again. So, well, she's eating, but more like how a guinea pig or a gerbil will eat, very little. That's the update of my mother. And my brother, on the other hand, let's just say he is doing everything he can to get kicked out. In fact, we were supposed to bring his stuff to him on Sunday, but then we had to go get something to eat for my mom to try to get her to eat. And it's a good thing we didn't bring the stuff up to him just yet, because we learned today that he's going to be evicted in 10 days. I don't like bringing the stuff up about my brother and that, but, you know, I get it, you know.
I do not blame Joe one bit for this. Now, I'm not going to get into anything about his mother. That is a very sad case. She actually did pass away that month. But could you imagine being linked to Andy And that's what everybody wants to know while you're going through this time.
He keeps kicking out his aides and workers, and the place where he's at is just basically at their end. So we don't know what is going to happen with him, and we don't want to bring up his stuff, not in order for him to only have to move it in like 10 days, because it'll be silly. It's just, I don't get my brother, and he has potential, but he doesn't like to use his potential. I mean, he likes to fight us. I don't want to go in on this channel about my brother, but I mean, you guys ask updates and everything about him and everything, and I get it. So it's not looking good for him either. I mean, I was having hopes that, you know, he was finally settled down and, you know, get the help that he needs. Again, I don't get it. I mean, I would think by now he would realize that in order for him to get the help that he needs, he has to be willing to be able to cooperate with the people. Not kick him out when he gets angry or gets upset at every little thing that happens. So here we are again, and wondering what's going to happen with my brother. It's just, I don't know. I really don't know about this. I wish he would straighten out. I wish everything that he would do he'll correct himself and everything. I mean, he's only hurting himself at this point. Kicking out the aides, and then my dad getting a phone call saying that he's going to be kicked out in 10 days. My dad had to call APS, and apparently his worker changed too, so he had to get that, and they were supposed to get back with my dad. Have yet to hear anything on that. And Andy, I know you would make the same video if you're watching this about me if I were you. I know you would. So, I mean, just listen, Andy. Listen. If you're listening to this video, you're making it harder on yourself. And I can only suggest what I've always suggested. Follow their rules, and you will be all right. And stop trying to get people in trouble. It's another reason why I think they're trying to get rid of you. You're trying to get everybody in trouble all the time. You try to get people in trouble all the time, and what do you expect? I mean, all I can say, Andy, is if you haven't learned already, I don't think you will learn, to be honest. And whether it's your disability or not, one thing everyone agrees on, don't get other people in trouble for petty things. And don't get them in trouble for every little thing you see.
There was nothing that I could just say while Joe was speaking. You can tell he is a man at the he's at the edge. Like, his mother is dying. His father is elderly, and you saw earlier, he needed a cane, that back thing. Their house is completely hoarded. And while he's dealing with that, he also has to deal with his brother just lying about him and his family, getting evicted, causing them problems. I don't know what he does for work. Who knows? Who knows? But again, you can tell, like, he is probably in the most stressful point of his life that he has ever been in before, and hopefully ever will be. And Andy is just making things worse. Now, Joe would do another update a few days later on the 13th, and I'm telling you right now, this is going to get your blood boiling, because it definitely got me a little perturbed, to say the least.
So, about not even, I would say, 12 hours after posting the midweek update, my brother called me. And he demanded me to take down the video.
Demanded me to take down that video. Now, we just heard Joe pretty much uninterrupted. Is there anything he said that was wrong? He said, hey, listen, if there's something wrong going on and they're doing their best, like, don't try to get them in trouble. Don't mess with other people. He had a roof over his head. He's incredibly lucky that he had one. Let's just be honest here. Like, a roof over Andy Ditch's head is the only thing that's keeping him from either, like, the mental asylum or an actual prison. And he is throwing that away just to be petty.
Or he's going to call the police.
Oh, or take that video down, or he's going to call the police. Well, we've seen how the police interact with Andy, so I don't think that would work very well for him.
And I'm like, Andrew, or Andy, we can't. I can't. I mean, this is what we've been told at the time, what's happening. Apparently it's changed since then. We're getting all sorts of different answers that I'm not going to go into. But, you know, the thing is still is that, you know, he's a difficult person to deal with.
Joe has the patience of a saint, saying, like, he's a difficult person to work with. I wouldn't be able to do it. I would not be able to do it. Like, brother or not, at some point, you just need to learn to let go. Andy, I think, has probably gotten to that point.
He's got to realize that. He's got to realize, you know, not 100% about him all the time. But I do not want to make these videos on Andy. I really don't. But what he did the other day kind of forced me to make an update on that. So this one's on you, Andy. Don't threaten me with the police for making a video of my opinions and what we've been told at the time. Please don't. Because this is why everybody don't really like you.
Now, Joe is being very nice. I think there are many, many, many reasons why people do not like Andy. I think the most noticeable one, when you see him in public, would probably be the smell.
And it's just gotta stop. Just gotta stop. So that's an update on my brother.
I want you to remember, take this from Andy's point of view. His mother was in the hospital, dying. Well, I guess at the time they didn't know that, but things weren't looking very good. And all Andy was able to think about was that his brother said that if he hasn't realized that he needed to change his behavior by now, he probably wouldn't. Well, Andy would do a video on April 16th talking about the eviction. I want to point out, this is going to be some of the worst production quality I've ever seen in my life.
Hey, YouTuber Andy Ditch. So,
like, what is this? What is this? He's just showing his YouTube, not his YouTube studio, his YouTube, like, notifications.
In response to...
Oh, yeah, okay, so he turns this camera on. You get this little circle that's smaller than the A for his YouTube profile picture.
My brother Joe's... In response to my brother Joe's, call...
or in response to my brother Joe's video.
Okay, so he's using the camera, like, and he's not even using the camera properly. He's screen recording it. So that's why you can see, what is it called? The dock in the bottom. By the way, I just hate those things on tablets. Like, just give me my backspace, home, and then whatever the last one is that lets you pick the open apps.
Video. I have this letter to show you.
Oh yeah, great idea, Andy. Show the letter upside. Oh, is that mirrored or upside down? I actually can't. Okay, yeah, it's mirrored. It's mirrored. My bad.
Quick. Okay. I don't know. I'm gonna have to show it this way because the camera thing on the front facing changes it backwards. So you see, I'm not.
Great idea, Andy. Great idea. Just show your mailing address.
Evicted for giving anyone a hard time. I'm being evicted for.
Could you imagine if in one of my videos? Okay, so for anyone not watching that's listening, Andy went from showing his YouTube channel or his YouTube like notifications to showing a little small camera of himself. Then he went to show, I don't even know what that letter was. Now he is showing his tablet's home screen.
Them having, well, I'm not being evicted, actually. I'm just being discharged because they cannot provide me the care that I need. And because of that, they got in trouble with Adult Protective Services. Because this home's supposed to be staffed 24/7, and it isn't. And because of that, they got in some trouble. Because the housing conditions. And I heard my brother Joe talk about me being a difficult person.
Andy, I can't think of many people that are more difficult to deal with than you. I lived with my old roommate for about a year and a half. You know how many calls to 911 there were? Not a single one. We didn't even really argue. Like, we had a few disagreements on like what video game is better, maybe a couple of movies. I would not be able to live with Andy for like 12 hours before I'd be out of there. He is so difficult
to work with. Maybe because I don't understand things very well. And I am using this device. I know that my caregiver Nicole's gonna get mad at this. But I'm sorry. I'm posting this because it's causing me a lot of stress. Because I'm on my old tablet, my new one, and my phone have parent control, so I can't use that.
He has parent controls on his devices. He's almost 40 years old.
Because what my brother said is not true, and I don't think you guys should have that information and where Joe bullies me and not have a response to it.
I'm at a loss for words. Joe bullies me. Is anything that Joe said even remotely negative when you really think about it? He said, hey, listen, I don't want to talk about Andy anymore. Andy, you can't go trying to get people in trouble for no reason. And this is Andy's response. The more I've listened to these clips at least like 2 or 3 times by now just to get this video ready, but I'm still in disbelief. Now, another thing that Andy had done, he got caught on Reddit trying to sabotage his brother. Now, another thing that happened was Andy got caught trying to screw his brother over. Now, I like to do impressions whenever I quote somebody. I try to do one if I can even remotely sound like them. But I know for a fact, if I stuck my tongue outside my mouth and read this, it would come back to haunt me someday, probably sooner than later. Now, this is obviously an account that Andy Ditch made. It's deleted now. He makes money off his autistic brother by claiming to be a victim and fishing sympathy for neglecting mother who made Andy want to die because of her. He has not right to have his money. This sounds like This sounds like something Charlie Day from Always Sunny in Philadelphia would write. Like, money me, money now. He needs to make amends, buying medications, I wanted to read like sensory stuff, but it says sensory stuff, and diapers, and prove he still cares for his brother, or else suffer the consequences. With brothers like these, it's no wonder Andy would tamper with his car. Andy Ditch admitted just right then and there that he did something to his brother Joe's car. Andy did not work. Joe, I'm assuming Joe does. He is, Without Andy, he gets no money, and he will be nothing but a pathetic loser who abuses disabled people. He will always be a virgin loser. That's all he will ever be. Huh. Now, again, everybody knew right away that was Andy. I still can't get over him posting that. Well, on April 20th, Andy's brother Joe, again, did another live stream. Now, we're going to get some more highlights, ending with Joe saying that he does not want his channel to be about his brother. Something I could not support more. Again, like, if I was Joe, I would try to separate myself from Andy as much as I could. He'll never fully get away from it, but that is the way to go. Like, you do not want to be known as just Andy Ditch's brother.
Shock Krell talk? Yeah, I don't really want to talk too much about my brother because, everything comes back to me, especially if I talk, try to give him pointers and stuff like that. He always tries to, come back after me, so I don't really want to talk about him.
I don't want to be mean to Joe. I really don't. I like him. But the only, resemblance I see between him and Andy is their hairline. Besides that, I would have been shocked to know that they are brothers.
I mean, if there is a update that is, good, I will talk about him. I mean, the only reason why I gave that update about my brother on, that one Wednesday was because we were planning to go to Erie, Pennsylvania, drop off all his stuff, which I have just sitting right in front of me, just so he can, start, get this house back in order. But we heard something from his provider, and we decided if he has to move again within 10 days, it's not worth going up there, dropping it off, and then, even though it technically would be his problem at that point, but we just don't want, him to have to move it again within a certain amount of time. Again, if you want to become a channel member, you can join, and it starts at $2.99 a month, and you'll get special perks like early access to videos, as well as member only videos. I had one that I just did where I'm just going to keep it as member only. I'm also thinking about, like I said, don't want this channel to be much more about my brother. So any of the old videos I have of him, I'm going to slowly unlist them. I'm going to probably, in the next week or two, I'll put them under membership only videos. And then about a year or so, I'm thinking about making them just private, because at the end of the day, I want my brother to get the help that he needs, but at the same time, I don't want this channel to be about Andy. So
I fully support Joe on that decision. Now, some people might have said, hey, you know what? He shouldn't have turned those members only. He's definitely trying to profit off of it. Those videos have been archived probably 10 times over. I think he's given people a chance, hey, last call, you can get them if you want. But after that, they're gone. Now, unfortunate news that does not have any clips. On May 1st, Joe and Andy's mother passed away. Not a happy ending to the segment, but it's something that happened. Joe thanked people online for donations and talked about it later in May, but I won't be showing it. What I will, however, be showing is Andy's response, where he made the whole thing about himself. Ahem. I want you to know, Mom, that I have help for my disability and needs. I am safe. The hard work you had done to help me is all paid off. I just want to hold you, but I couldn't get there in time to see you. I was hoping to see you tomorrow, but we will see you again someday. I wanted to say how I forgive you about not accepting my inconvenience and things you had a hard time with doing because of your back, and how, if you didn't have the back issues, you probably could have handled me as a kid. Having autism was not your fault or Mike's fault. I hope he forgives you too. I know I did. I just wanted everything to go back to the way it was before your heart attack in 2012, when I was working and had all kinds of help. Mom, you are not going to be forgotten. I hope Kenmore Mercy Hospital, who failed you, does not do this again to anyone. Mom, I'm sorry I had a hard time functioning and being able to behave because I couldn't do things and needed predictable environment. Funerals are not fun and hard to deal with. I just want to cry now because I miss you. At least I have people taking care of me, like Nicole Grega and others. I would like Nicole to go with me tomorrow to be with Dad and be back to my house before dinner time, even if she doesn't get paid the full time because she only works to 2 p.m. with me tomorrow. Ooh, Andy. All I can really say to end this segment off is good luck out there, Joe. And Andy, get bent. Now we move on to one of our larger segments of the episode, Kanye West. Now, Kanye is somebody that I've never kept up with for the most part. Now, my whole life, I've never really been into mainstream music or music with lyrics. I think listening to it is a waste of time. You could be doing something else. So besides South Park's Gay Fish episode and the I'ma let you finish moment, I've never kept up with him or known too much about him. Now, that was until Jim's Year of the Chud streams, where he covered Kanye's presidential campaign, where Milo Yiannopoulos and Nick Fuentes were his handlers, and of course his infamous Alex Jones interview. Now, we're going to be breaking the rules here a little bit. Back in March, Kanye had an interview with a streamer that I've never heard of before called Academics. Now, Kanye kept screwing this guy over, dicking him around, saying like, oh yeah, we'll do it this time. Then said, yeah, listen, I've got a flight in an hour. I'm going to Japan. We can either do the interview now or we can do it there. And so this guy is in the car and like driving to see Kanye. And then Kanye says, yeah, by the way, I'm leaving early.
He basically hits me, says, yo, they're trying to put me in the hospital. They're trying to kill me. And I have to get out of here and I have to get to Japan. We could either do it now. So I know ETA. It's like, we could do it right now, right this moment, or I'm going to Japan. You can come to Japan. Listen, I barely woke up yesterday, but we're going to go get this done.
So this is a bit of a rush job. We're going to skip to the part where Academics knocks on Kanye's door, and then we're going to get to the interview. Now, unfortunately, I had to cut a lot of this out. Honestly, it wasn't that good of an interview, but it's more of the spectacle of it that is interesting. All right, we're at the hotel, waiting on Kanye to open the door. There he is. Oh, what's Kanye wearing? What's around his neck? Now, for all you listeners, Kanye is wearing his custom diamond swastika. Now, this looks like something you would pick up as treasure in Wolfenstein 3D.
How you doing, brother?
He had to get that custom made because how do you even go to a jeweler? How do you even go to a jeweler and ask for that?
How's everything with you, brother?
Like, if I was a jeweler and somebody asked me to make that, I would instantly think that it was like somebody trolling me.
Place of refuge right quick. The legend, man.
Place of refuge.
How do you stay out here?
Now, this is something I found out that actually shocks me. Kanye is 47 years old. I don't know what it is, but he really does not look it. Like, I would think he's in his 30s.
Your dog?
My office.
I thought we were going to do it at the warehouse.
So everything seemed a little interesting. Kanye, however, he wasn't ready to do the interview. He had to change. What do you think he had to change into? Maybe a nice suit? I mean, he's flying. Maybe he's one of those people who likes to go on a plane in his pajamas. No. Kanye came out in a Black Klan outfit.
Okay, you could get a good angle if I'm sitting here?
Yeah, so this is Academics trying to figure out a good place to hold the interview. He's thinking, oh, you know what? We'll do it on the couch. That's pretty reasonable. It looks nice. Kanye decides that he wants to do it in the corner of the room, standing up. Oh, here he comes. So Kanye walks in, and he looks like he's like either a common enemy in a Dark Souls game or like a boss.
Wherever you want. You can sit right here. Yeah. What do you think? Okay. So it's like magnetic.
This looks like academics is like trying to, I don't know, like tie Kanye's tie.
The one goes in here.
Now, again, I couldn't show a whole lot of that interview. You're not missing a whole lot. I'm telling you right now, everything you hear people say about Kanye is true. Now, fast forwarding to April 21st, and Kanye released something that genuinely shocked me. Now, at some point last month, I was listening to Mad at the Internet, and the topic of Kanye came up. Now, at the time, I knew that Kanye had posted this to his Twitter. The song called Cousins is about my cousin that's locked up in jail for life for killing a pregnant lady a few years after I told him we wouldn't look at dirty magazines together anymore. Perhaps in my self-centered mess, I felt that it was my fault that I showed him those dirty magazines when he was 6, and we acted out what we saw. My dad had Playboy magazines, but the magazines I found the top of my mom's closet were different. My name is Ye. I can't read this. I'm not reading this. I knew about this cousin tweet at the time, but I wasn't keeping up with Kanye, so I never read it or really went too much into detail when it came out. But then, this song started to play on Null Stream, and my immediate thought was, oh, this is just some AI song using Kanye's voice to read out the tweets that he had been posting. Let's play this real fast.
Hanging with my cousin, reading dirty magazines. We seen two niggas kiss and we ain't know what that shit mean. Then we start reenacting everything that we had seen.
Now, again, I didn't believe this was real when I first heard it. Spoiler alert, this is a real song. Like, listen to this.
That's when I gave my cousin head, gave my cousin head, gave my cousin head, I gave my cousin head.
The only way, when I found out this was real, this was my thought process. I thought, this has to be a shitpost. It just reminds me of like Ram Ranch. Like, the only way it could possibly exist, the only reason someone could have made it was so that way, like, it gets played on live streamers that are stupid enough to have like like you pay and a song comes on. That was the only justification in my head for him making it. But no, he's just crazy.
Nitrous don't help me.
Yeah, so this is Kanye singing about his nitrous addiction. Now, for anyone unaware, we talked about this with Nicholas Requeda a couple of Adas ago. It is essentially depriving your brain of oxygen, so that way you can get high. From what I understand, this permanently kills your brain cells. It's probably one of the dumbest ways to get high whatsoever. And Kanye's like free fall is probably directly related to it.
You just put me in a trance. I'm talking about euphoria. I'm not talking about a man.
I'm not talking about a man. Well, we're gonna see soon. Maybe he was. Maybe he was.
Told her don't leave me 'cause I need you by my side. As long as you don't leave me, then I'll probably be alright.
So things were getting a little crazy. A few days later, on April 25th, Kanye did a 7-minute Twitch stream. Now, it wasn't 7 minutes because he thought, oh, I'm just going to do 7 minutes. Don't have that much time. He got banned 7 minutes into his first Twitch stream. Now, in Twitch's defense, Kanye wildly broke the terms of service, dropping a few slurs and talking about the Jews. I'm not surprised he got banned. I'm just surprised he got banned so fast. And lastly, for Kanye, in the month of April, he crashed out telling people that he's gay. Something, if you remember, just then he denied in the song Cousins.
A false king, and I'm not here to be your idol. I'm the leader. I'm not here to be worshipped. And as the leader, I'm saying, how I'm supposed to lead y'all if I don't got my kids with me to continue what we're doing? I ain't got no motherfucking legacy.
Kanye is dressed up like a ring wraith. Like, that's all right. He's dressed up like a dollar store ring wraith.
So why the fuck you think I'll be spazzing out? Twigs in charge of my motherfucking legacy. I'm gay.
I'm gay. I don't know why he said. I don't know why he yelled that. I don't know why he yelled that.
Williams in charge of our motherfucking legacy, and I'm gay.
Kanye. I don't know how much money Kanye has left, but he's also allegedly in talks with Party, the streaming site that works with Johnny Somali, Mr. Based, and Dack Doherty. He's in talks to purchase the site. It's for something like $25 million. I think that would be the worst business deal in history. Party is like the new Cozy TV. It's where streamers who have been kicked off of every other platform go. Just like with Christian, I don't really think that there's any predicting you can do. He's just way too crazy. Now, obviously, this is covering April. If you keep up with anything Kanye in the month of May, you might know something else happened pretty big. But because we're not time travelers here, we will not be covering it. Now, moving on to our next segment, and we get to everybody's favorite, Bossman Jack. Starting our month out, and on April 2nd, Bossman started complaining about tooth pain. But, surprisingly, that's not what's important here. What is that when Bossman started saying he was going to rehab for real this time. You guys, I just wanted to say, I'm in rehab for 6 freaking weeks. I pissed dirty, and now I gotta do this. I'm sorry, guys, but this is for the best. And thank God I'm not going to prison, bro. Thank God above. Love y'all, man. I'm gonna miss y'all. At everyone. Well, spoiler alert, we got to see Bossman again right away. That's because he decided he was going to start live streaming in rehab.
Bro, what is going on in the general chat? How fucked up has my Discord server been, dude? God damn, hold on. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Yo, I'm live on Discord. I'll quickly say hi real quick. What up, guys?
Oh, there he is. There's Bossman. In rehab, looking good.
He's filling in a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Still got the hole in my tooth. You already know what time it is. Come on, man. So, guys, I don't want to show you all around too much, but we got a nice little place here. Yeah, this place is a big ass house, dude. I'm in like a house, and then we go to like a rehab place and shit like that. So, all right, let's go, guys. Who we got here? All right, let's see. Actually, no, it covers my thing, dude. I can't do the camera. My bad. It covers my screen. Can't do the camera. My bad, boys. I would though. All right, let's buy a bonus on here. Let's buy a 40 buy. Oh, what the fuck is this? Ultimate? What? They have ult. Oh, okay. I'm tripping. Let's buy 50, bro. Let's buy fucking 50. I don't got much time. All right, we got 4 FSs. Let's go, guys. I don't know what we need here. Let's see. I'm fucking ready. Fucking fight this shit, dude. Let's fucking go. Come on, man. Give me some money. Damn, nothing yet. I don't think. What is it?
I don't know how this is allowed. Bossman went to rehab, and he's live streaming himself gambling inside of it.
That do? I don't know what that does. It is +4s on, but dude, this is not doing anything, bro. Come on, man. I know, man. 2 months of rehab, bro. I know, man. See, at least we got the fucking big boys. Oh my god, bro.
Now, I would like to say that's maybe, I don't know, 30 pounds. And Bossman is only able to lift it once. That's his 1 rep max.
I can't even lift that shit. I can't even lift it, dude. Oh my god, that shit's heavy, bro. Oh my god, I can't lift that, dude. Can't lift that. I'm done. Yeah, I'm done. I'm done with that.
Now, that wasn't going to be it. Bossman actually did another stream the next day. We're going to see this right here.
We move houses because like the last one had cockroaches and shit. I'm not even kidding. So I'm in a new house, so I'm not as comfortable today. But yeah, all my dudes are strong as fuck. Yeah, okay.
Now, I have seen some people criticize the rehab saying, hey, why would you let him come to rehab and start smoking cigarettes? That doesn't seem very good. Well, honestly, for Bossman, like, I'm not going to sit here and say cigarettes are healthy. That would probably be a very bad take. But I'm going to say they're probably a lot better for you than smoking crack.
Don't gas me up, bro. Don't gas me up.
So if he can replace crack smoking with cigarette smoking, I think that's a step in the right direction.
I wish I had more like privacy. Let me go over here real quick. Hold on, guys. Yeah, this works right here. This is perfect. This is perfect right here. Perfect. Perfect little spot. It's a nice ass place, bro, that I'm at now. Mentally, I'm not that well, man. I'm all right. Today's been kind of like an off day. I'm holding up, though, man. What is it? Sorry, I dropped my phone.
Bossman would continue to stream there. He did a nice few gambling streams, but there really weren't that many highlights, so we're not going to be watching them. Now, if I had uploaded this A.D.A, I want to say somewhere before May 10th, I would have ended it saying, hey, you know what? If Bossman Jack is going to be gambling in rehab, I don't think things are going to be going very well for him. In fact, when I first talked about Bossman in, I believe, A.D.A episode 2, I think I said that he was going to be in jail by June. And you know what? I was going to be right. Spoiler alert, he got in some very big trouble lately. To the point, like, I actually changed my video production plans. Immediately after this, I'm making a Bossman video. Turkey Tom also ended up making a 5-hour Bossman video that was way too long for me to go through, and apparently it was just like Kiwi Farms clips, so I'm probably not going to see it. And that is it for our Bossman segment, and we'll be moving on to my new recent fascination, DSP. So DSP had an interesting month, to say the least. On April 6th, he had turned 43. Magic number on this channel, I know. Well, Phil decided that he was going to do a birthday marathon. Now, he would do multiple streams throughout the day. I've got some highlights. This was not a very good birthday, to say the least.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for my 2025 43rd birthday feast.
Birthday feast. Sorry, I cannot take this seriously. So, we are about to see Phil have his 43rd birthday dinner. He is going to have a turkey burger. He is going to have some pasta salad. And he also had some, I think it was like blueberry or peach cobbler. But it wasn't very interesting, so we're going to be skipping it.
My wife has made this. This is actually
my wife has made
the first time my wife made the food for my birthday. Previously, we've always like ordered out and stuff, or she made birthday cake, but today she actually made the meal. So I'm excited because I had 2 shots of crazy strong moonshine.
Oh yeah, spoiler alert. I put these clips out of order, so we're going to see him drink and talk about that after this.
Then I had 4 shots of like 99 proof liquor. Actually, I take that back. It was 2 shots of 99 proof and then like Fireball whiskey. And Crown Royal. So I'm pretty good right now. All right. But the food today is made all by my wife, Kat. And she opted to go for a interesting menu, to say the least. 1 Italian style dish and 1 completely American dish. I'm sure it's cold as hell because I helped her make it and I came up here and I'm like talking with you guys. So it's probably ice cold. But that's life, right? It is. First of all, pasta salad.
Pasta salad. So we're going to see he's got some Italian dressing on this. Pepperoni, not even like cut up into little squares, just whole slices. Cherry tomatoes. And of course, 2 different kinds of pasta. Macaroni, and I'm afraid I don't know what the swirly one is.
Featuring.
Oh, and of course, in paper bowls. With, oh my god, in a plastic fork or spoon.
Whole wheat pasta, olives, pepperoncini peppers, turkey pepperoni, some kind of like cherry tomatoes, and a bunch of dressing. I think it's like light Italian dressing or something like that. I'll give you a better view of it. Wow, whoa, that looks way better.
I don't know what to say about that. If you saw that on a restaurant menu, you'd probably say, huh, that's interesting, and then never order it.
That's a way better view of it. Look at that. So I'm about to eat that in a second, and it smells amazing.
It just smells like Italian dressing. How does that smell amazing? It would overpower the smell of anything else.
I'm a quarter Italian, so obviously I'm an Italian food.
I'm a quarter Italian, so I know my Italian food. No, Phil. So years and years ago, Phil did a show called Cooking with the King. He decided one day he was going to make some spaghetti sauce. Phil decided that he was going to add his onions in at the very end. And they weren't chopped. Okay, so if I'm making spaghetti sauce, I like my onions chopped up as finely as possible. Like, I would be okay if they were blended, probably. Phil diced it up into, I want to say, like, 8 sections, kind of like an orange. And then just, like, put it in there. Oh, he also used, like, very little garlic. So, no, Phil may have some Italian heritage, but he does not put it to use.
It tastes amazing. And then she made a ginormous
turkey burger
with lettuce, tomato, American cheese, fixins, seasoning, all kinds of stuff. I cut it down the middle, and it's slopping together. So I'm not so sure how that's going to go.
Who cuts their burger in half? Personally, I don't even like my sandwiches cut in half.
Only because...
Yeah, some people like debate, triangles or rectangles. I prefer neither.
I cut it like 15 minutes ago, so it's probably cold, but it smells amazing. All right, this is my birthday dinner today for... Oh, there goes the tomato. See, I'm going to put it back on. Let's go ahead and try some. Let's try the pasta salad
Let's
first.
try the pasta salad
Looks
first.
great.
Phil is going to... Okay, so you can see him looking at the camera right there. He's trying to put this off as long as he can. Phil is going to have a very interesting reaction when he tries this.
Easy, right? It looks like super deluxe.
Looks like super deluxe. It looks like somebody took the extras at a Domino's of toppings that did not go on pizzas that night and just threw it on the leftover pasta and took it home.
Ultra pasta salad. Let's see.
Ultra pasta salad.
My 43rd birthday. Let's
43. Oh, okay, so watch this.
Oh, shit.
Oh, it's shit. Phil. You heard that. Let's go back a little bit.
My 43rd birthday.
Oh, here we
Let's
go
try
again.
it.
Here we go again. Again, I want you to listen to this. I'm not exaggerating this. I'm not taking things out of context.
Oh, shit.
Oh, it's shit. Look at his face. He does not want to keep eating this. He puts it down after the first bite. But Phil cannot say, oh, this is terrible, even though he literally just said that. He is going to have to say, oh, no, this is actually really good. I like it.
My first bite.
My first bite. It's shit.
A cherry tomato flew off the salad and went on the floor.
Oh, good excuse, Phil. Good excuse.
This is the problem with eating this kind of food in an office instead of in a dining room or a kitchen. I just made a giant stain on my chair, no lie. The first bite, a tomato went flying. Ugh. It tasted good, but it's hard to focus on it when I'm making a big mess. All right, let's try this again.
Oh, yeah, he's about... So, a while ago, I had gotten this imported bag of chips. Now, it was Lay's. The flavor was called salted egg. I opened the bag. I had one bite of one chip, and it was disgusting. Like, I was ready to throw the bag out. And I don't know what it was, but something said to me, okay, you are exaggerating. You just weren't expecting that flavor. Try it again, and I'm sure it'll be okay. I tried a second chip. No, it was just disgusting, and I threw the whole bag out.
The Italian
total waste of money.
Pasta salad, okay?
Oh, he's not looking forward to this. Yeah, digging through, looking for pepperoni or an olive, something that tastes good. Oh, it tastes great.
Yummy.
Yummy.
So,
does that sound like
obviously we have a
somebody?
light-
Does that sound like somebody excited to eat this meal? Yummy. Or does it sound like somebody trying to like put on a face for the camera?
Italian dressing on here. It has like Parmesan, olive oil, all kinds of stuff. The pepperoni is tasty, it's spicy.
Yeah, the pepperoni will always be tasty. It's pepperoni, Phil.
You got some like vinegar taste from the olives.
Okay, what vinegar taste from the olives? I don't know if Phil knows this, Mr. 25% Italian, but olives are not stored in vinegar. They are stored in brine. There should be no vinegary taste from them.
I kind of want a cherry tomato now. Let me try this one. Whoa, the cherry tomatoes are very sweet. I was expecting acidity. No, they're very sweet. That's yummy. Oh, man.
Now, some people might hate me for this. This might be the most controversial thing I've ever said. I cannot stand cherry tomatoes. I don't like them. I didn't like them as a kid. I don't like them as an adult. I tried to cook, I tried to make like a pasta sauce with cherry tomatoes as an adult because I heard, oh, that's a lot better. No, they're just not very good. I can't stand them. I don't know why people buy them.
I wish there were more. There's not that many tomatoes in here. From what I can see, not that we had a whole pack of them, but I don't think I scooped enough. I scooped very few of them. That might be my favorite part.
That might be my favorite part. Just the cherry tomatoes.
Tomatoes are so sweet. Yummy. Wow, that's so tasty, guys. Yummy.
Wow, that's so good, guys. Let me put this bowl down.
So, if you ever want pasta, but not with like marinara sauce, which everyone's so used to, try with a light Italian dressing and a bunch of veggies and stuff. It ends up tasting really good.
I don't think so. If you're gonna, okay, hold on. I paused on a good face. So if you're gonna eat pasta, so any tomato sauce is usually pretty good. I've seen some pepper sauces. Any white sauce is usually good. But I will never be putting salad dressing on my pasta.
Yum, yum, yum.
Yum, yum, yum.
Okay. One more bite, then I'm going to try the burger. Okay.
Okay.
That's good stuff.
It's
So I was
over.
staying
It's finally
on
over.
my chair. I was staying on my Logitech mat. Now, it's time for me to try this incredibly huge half-pound turkey burger. Yes, it's a half-pounder. A half-pound of ground turkey seasoned. She put all kinds of stuff in this. She told me she was going to put cheese, seasoning, all kinds of stuff in there to make it taste better. So I'm sure it's amazing. I've never had a crazy homemade ginormous turkey burger before. I got lettuce, tomato, ketchup, and mayo on there. I was thinking about putting mustard and pickles, but it's probably going to be too messy, right? Oh, man. Hopefully it's good. We're going to find out. Crazy homemade turkey burger to negate the liquor so I can drink more.
So I can drink more.
All right, here we go. That's the whole purpose of this burger, let's be honest. All right.
Oh, yeah. When you see the drinking rules that Phil puts in the stream, you're not going to believe it. Hold on, something's not right here. I've always heard that Phil eats his burgers the way that you eat an apple. Is that why he cut this thing? He's holding it like a regular burger. He's looking like, I don't know what to say. Well, let me think about this. Choose my words carefully. Because you let the pasta salad really slip.
That's one of the best things I've ever tasted.
If you look at all these donos, people are paying him like $100 per dono for this.
That was incredibly tasty. It was full of flavor. It was every single bite was moist, juicy, tender, flavor. I tasted cheese. I tasted some kind of bread. I tasted so many flavors.
I tasted cheese. I tasted bread. Is Phil for real? It's a hamburger. Of course you're going to taste bread. Now, I've never been in Washington State. I don't know if their hamburger buns differ to anything I've had. But I think they're all pretty much the same across the board. Like, that's not like an interesting flavor.
The condiments, the vegetables balance perfectly off of the meat. Even though you might say, oh, it's overcooked. No, it's not. That's turkey. Turkey cooked like that tastes amazing. That was so good. That was so good. Unreal how good that was.
Unreal. Has to start drinking his
Every
soda.
single time that I've cooked burgers at home, I just cooked the pre-made patties. I've never made patties myself. My wife made these patties with ground turkey and added a bunch of ingredients, seasoning, and other things inside. That is so good. That's what I got left. That's what I got left for that burger, guys. Holy shit.
Now, I don't blame Phil whatsoever. As you can see, he pretty much cleared his plate. You get pieces of like lettuce on it, leftover ketchup, some bread. Now, I wouldn't tell him to eat that. Like, he finished the burger. But that pasta salad, that's like going to, what's his cat's name? Jasper. Jasper's getting that for his birthday dinner.
That was insane. That was absolutely insane. That was so good. I can't believe how good that was, to be honest. That was the tastiest burger ever. That's the definition of devour, is it not? Like, I couldn't stop myself. I couldn't stop eating. Oh my God. Did you hear that? That is the belch of complete enjoyment. That is an amazing birthday dinner right there. That was so good. And my wife was nervous. She said to me, I don't know if it's going to be done. I don't know if it's going to taste good. I don't know if it's going to be overcooked. My wife should work at a restaurant. I think if my wife was a cook, she'd actually be happy.
Now, Phil does not know what he's saying. I have worked at a restaurant. I worked at a restaurant for my first job. That is not like, oh, you cook something in your kitchen, whatever, environment. No, that is stressful. Everybody is working fast. You have very slow hours. And then like during lunch and dinner, it's nonstop. Like, you got to get it done. It is not like it's not some happy place he's probably imagining.
Because she's a good cook, but she doesn't realize it. I mean that too. Like, she struggles in jobs that she doesn't like. But if she actually went out somewhere and cooked somewhere, I think she'd actually would be happy. But she just doesn't get it. Like, I keep telling her, I like your food. Your food is amazing. Your food is... She doesn't listen to me. She's like, oh, no, it's okay. And then she goes off, she shuffles off and works at a crappy retail job. And I tell her, no. Maybe this will be a wake-up call. I don't know. That's amazing. That burger, I couldn't stop eating it. I just kept eating every single bite. I could not stop eating. That was so good. Holy crap. Wow, that is... If you guys ever have a birthday meal and someone makes a meal for you, I hope it's as good as this one. I wish you the best. I mean this. Everyone out there watching right now, all thousands of you, because all of my detractors watch and re-stream this crap, right? I mean this. If you ever have a meal this good for your birthday, you're a lucky person. And I actually wish you this good of a amazing meal when you're hungry on your birthday. Most people don't get it. I don't think I've ever had a meal this good on my birthday before. Every year I will ask my wife, Kat, make me this meal instead of make me a cake.
We will see this in 1 year if Phil kept his word and tells his wife to make him pasta salad and that turkey burger.
Fuck the cake. I don't need a cake. We'll have a little bit more of this pasta salad, but I'll be honest with you. I ate that burger so fast, I don't know how much more I could have of this. We have a lot.
Good excuse, Phil. Oh, I ate so much of that hamburger. I can't eat much more of this pasta salad.
Left over. She made a giant supply.
Okay, I want you to listen to this. He's about to say, we're going to be eating this for the rest of the week.
Of this pasta salad that we can eat like all week. So we'll probably be eating this as side dishes all week long.
Oh, yeah, he's thrilled. He's thrilled. Look, you could see him like grimacing as he's eating it. So that was the meal for the birthday boy. Now, the burger, I think, is perfectly fine. The pasta salad, I don't think so. But Phil would also tell us why he was streaming on his birthday rather than doing something with his wife.
Why are you here today with us on your birthday? Why aren't you spending it with your wife? Because I had a day off yesterday with my wife, and it was a really good day. Yesterday, Kat and I relaxed a ton. We actually didn't really have anything crazy that we needed to do. Like usual, I had to go grocery shopping and, go to the pet store and get booze, which I'm about to show you. The booze that I have for today. Pretty excited to check this stuff out. I've got a couple of kinds of booze that I've literally never had before that we're going to be trying out today. So good stuff. Some people are trying to be silly and be very negative. Today is the opposite of that. Like, no lie, nothing's going to get me down today. Today's going to be...
Nothing's going to get me down today. Well, Phil is going to be crying at the very end of this stream.
Nice and relaxing and fun. I don't care how many people try to troll and be stupid. It's going to be a good day regardless. So, nice try, but you'll see what I mean in a few minutes. Anyway, let's get started, shall we? Let me show you what I've got. So first off, as a result of the last 3 different marathons that we have done this year, I have a wide variety of shots. You guys want to know what's the new stuff that you had gotten for this marathon, because we talked about this. Like,
all right, we're about to see Phil bring out 2 bottles that he's never had before.
What should I do this time? Should I get a Scotch whiskey? Should I get a powerful tequila or a special one? And after we all talked about it for a little bit, what we determined, oh, by the way, these are birthday fireworks behind me, if you're wondering what the light show is today. That's what I've got set up here on my, in my setup. So, what do we got? You ready? We talked about it over the last week, and we determined you guys wanted me to try something I'd never had before. Something that I've never tasted. I have no idea what it's like. You ready? Moonshine.
Whoa, moonshine from the liquor store made at a distillery. That is crazy, Phil. Whoa.
Moonshine at the local liquor store tons of times, but I've never actually tasted it. So I don't know what the heck it's like. All right. Well, folks, today I decided to get moonshine to try during my birthday marathon event. This is similar, or at least they're trying to recreate moonshine that people would drink when they were backpacking through the Appalachian Mountains of the United States. Okay, so I have no idea what this tastes like at all. And as you can see, they put like a seal on it to show, oh, no one messed with it or whatever. And isn't it kind of weird but neat that they actually put moonshine into a jar like this?
No, Phil. They put a liquid into a bottle. There's nothing interesting about that. Now, if you're going to look at something like, I don't know, Dan Aykroyd's Crystal Skull Vodka, you know what? That's kind of in a cool bottle. Like, it's a glass skull. That is just a mason jar. There's nothing interesting about it whatsoever.
Pretty weird, right? So I have no clue what this is going to taste like. And it's very strong. Okay, 100 proof, 50. This is on par with, these 99 shots. They're pretty much exactly the same strength. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you...
Oh, here comes the main star of the show. Some flame blue flame, something like that, moonshine?
The real main event. The real moonshine. The stuff that'll put hair on your chest. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Old Smoky Blue Flame Moonshine. Are you ready for this? This moonshine, Old Smoky Moonshine, are you ready? 128 proof. This is over 60% liquor, 64% liquor. It is the actual strongest, most concentrated liquor I will ever have had in my entire life. Yes. I've never had it before. All right. I don't know. It's probably going to taste like motor oil or maybe gasoline if there's that much alcohol in it. You know what I mean? It's insane. They call it blue flame because apparently people would be so cold outside, again, as they were like backpacking, they would drink this and it was so much alcoholic volume that it would go whoosh and just like put your whole body on fire. So that's why they call it blue flame. So pretty insane. All right. I've never had these before. And by the way, I forgot. Here's the problem with moonshine. They put it in this jar. And you might say, well, what's the problem with that? How would you ever pour that into a shot glass? That shit is going to go everywhere, right? It's going to spill. So I actually have I'm just going to get like a party cup. And I'm just going to pour it into the party cups and drink it out of the party cups. Okay, that's what I'm going to do.
Now, some people are probably thinking, oh, why would he do that? So anyone that doesn't know, at the bottom of those red Solo cups, like that lip is actually the size of a standard shot. So he could actually measure it out pretty properly with that. But the thing is, Phil doesn't even do that. He starts sipping it from the bottle, which is something he says here makes no sense.
There's nothing where I can really do unless I'm going to pour it all over the place, which I don't want to do, especially because it's so strong. Yeah, I really want that liquor all over my office, right? So we'll be doing that. So here's how it works, all right? Let's lay down the law so everyone explains exactly how it works, or everyone understands how it works before we even get into the marathon today. So people are saying you're just supposed to drink it straight out of the jar. Like, I mean, I could do that, but how can you tell how much is a shot?
Yeah, exactly. I don't mean to make two Always Sunny references in one episode, but in one episode, they decide, hey, let's buy a bunch of gasoline and sell it ourselves. And one of the characters said, hey, you know what? As I sell the gas, I'll just count it. And another character says, how are you supposed to count a liquid? Phil is making a good point here, but he doesn't keep up with it.
I'll just take sips out of the jar if you really want me to, but that's not really an accurate measure, would it be? I don't think so. Anyway, here's how it works. Okay, every $100 of support that I receive today, you guys will choose what you want me to do. Do you want me to do one of these shots? Do you want me to do the...
Okay, so Phil is about to say, oh yeah, you guys will get to pick what I drink if you donate. I swear, literally the second donation, Phil says, oh, well, I'm going to drink this other one.
Pouring moonshine. Do you want me to do the blue flame? And I'm hoping that today I'll be able to try it all. Like, I want to try both moonshines. I'd like some of the 99 fruit stuff. Tastes good. So hopefully we get a good variety of stuff today. Okay? But I have to lay down the law. It's the whole idea here is to pace.
All right. So this defeats the whole purpose. This defeats the whole purpose. Phil is about to say, all right, well, listen, if you want to donate now, and I'll space out my shots throughout the day. He also says, if I feel like I'm done, I am done. I don't care what you donate. So it's like, Phil, give the people what they want.
It out. So that way I'm kind of buzzed all day and having fun. I have snacks and things that I can have. I have like hummus and pita chips and little snacks and things that I can eat during the day. So that way, if it does get to be too much and I'm drinking too much, it can kind of help negate it out. And today we're basically starting over. It's going to be the first time that I'm in the Minecraft world for many, many years.
Okay, so yeah. Phil is saying like, oh yeah, I'm going to play some Minecraft. I haven't played in 5 years, but no, for my long-term fans, I'm not playing on my old world. I'm starting a new one.
So hopefully that goes well and you guys will hang around for that. We've got the Minecraft Lego set. 427 pieces.
That is a highlight. But it's how do I explain it? The Lego set is definitely a highlight of the birthday streams that he was doing. But the majority of it was actually unwatchable.
I'm going to be attempting to build today in its entirety. Like, it might take a couple hours, but I'm going to try to build this for you guys, with you guys. And so hopefully it turns out well. And, it's a good set that I could put in my background. What I might do is actually just replace this sign with the Lego set now for the rest of the month. So that's going to be fun. If you guys don't know, the Lego movie is the best, or excuse me, the most grossing video game movie ever. It has the biggest opening weekend, the biggest opening day. It actually beat Mario. It beat everything. I don't want to drink too much and then be drunk. So I'm going to have to limit myself. You know, I don't have any liquor in me right now. All right. So initially we get going here and we have a few shots. That's fine. But there's no way that I could be drinking 4, 5, 6 shots within an hour or two. I have to pace myself. Same thing. I'm just going to tell you this right up front. If I'm feeling like I drank too much, I'm going to stop.
Boo. Boo. Phil, if you feel like you've drank too much during these streams, you better turn off donations and say, hey, make it clear with text on the screen, no more donations to drinking.
All right? I don't owe anything. This is not a...
I don't owe anything. Now, some people might say I'm crazy, but if somebody donates $100 to me to do a shot, I'll do the shot. Like, and if I feel like I've had enough, I will make it clear, like, hey, this is done. Do not donate. Phil, the way he's doing it, he could say, hey, you know what? I've had 4 drinks today. I'm cutting it off. I've had enough. Because he wants all his donations at the beginning. And then he'll say, like, oh, I'll do it throughout the day.
Contract that I am owing you. Like, let's say, for example, today it's my birthday and people are very generous and I raise a...
Let's talk about what Phil owes. So, when I first heard this, I couldn't believe it. Apparently, if you give Phil $5, he will eat a piece of candy on stream. Now, I don't know how big this candy is. I want to assume it's like one of those peppermints you get at a restaurant when you're done. Phil owes those candies that he has to eat on stream. Like, how?
Bunch of money. That doesn't mean I owe you 20, 30 shots. I'm going to kill myself. Sorry. That
doesn't mean I owe you 20, 30 shots. Okay, so you know what? Phil's 43. He probably can't drink as much as he used to in his 20s. But that's $3,000. Like, holy.
It's reality here. This is not some fucking stupid jackass show where I'm going to be sitting on thumbtacks and stapling my fucking balls to my leg and drinking so much that I need to go get my stomach pumped. This is not what DSP gaming is all about. If you're here for that, you're in the wrong place. This is supposed to be about having chill fun, having a good time.
No, if you're in DSP gaming in general, you are in the wrong place.
I don't owe anything. I'm doing it as a fun thing. All right. So I'm going to pace myself. I don't owe anything. Exactly. No refunds because people are upset because I didn't do 17, 18 shots in a row and kill myself. This is, realism, not your weirdo world of fantasy where Phil kills himself on his birthday stream. That's not happening. Okay. So FYI, at the end of the stream, if all of a sudden in the last hour I get a ton of support, don't expect me to grab the blue flame and just chug the whole thing. I'm not going to do that.
Treat it like a jar of chug jug, Phil. Just like in Fortnite, just down it.
Okay. If anything, if you think about this rationally, what would be the best way to go about this? If you're going to support the stream, support it up front or support it slowly over the day. Don't wait till the last minute. Because if you wait till the last minute, guess what? Then I'm not going to be able to drink it all. I'm not going to be able to even pace myself. I can't do 20 shots in the last hour, right? So if you're going to support, do it up front. And I'll start drinking now, and then I'll owe you guys shots. And every once in a while, as I'm getting, I feel it's dying out, I'll take another shot. See what I mean? Do it slowly, safely, fairly, and in a fun way. Don't wait till the last minute like last time, because that did not work with Five Nights at Freddy's. Okay? All right, does that sound good? All righty. Continuing on. I received a $100 tip from NDL 103, who said,
I want you to imagine getting $100 to take a shot. Now, the most expensive bottle I've ever bought in my life was one called Obon's. It's a scotch. I had it. I thought, oh man, it's got a really nice smoky flavor. It's really good with a lot of like ice. And I bought that bottle like 5 years ago. This guy gave Phil $100 to see him drink. I could not imagine that. And it's not even like he's only used me blade. Like, you're gonna get your entertainment out of it. No. Like, this is unbelievable.
Can you try a shot of Blue Flame? Oh, come on. Yo, I already did.
Oh, okay. So this is what I referenced earlier. So, Phil got $100. And this guy clearly says, hey man, I'd like to see you do the blue flame. Phil is about to say, well, I already did blue flame. You probably sent that before, so I'm going to try a different one.
NDO, come on. You got to do me a solid. I want to try the other one.
So does he say, hey, just type in the comments, is it okay if I do a different one, or do you still want me to do the blue flame? No, Phil just says, hey, you gave me $100 to do blue flame. I'm going to do something different.
We already just did the blue flame. I think he did this tip before I had done the blue flame. So we're going to do the other one because I want to try the other one that might actually have some flavor to it. Okay? Because that blue flame has zero flavor. It's just 100% liquor.
We don't care, Phil. You were given the $100 to do the blue flame. Unbelievable. So that stream was very interesting, to say the least. Phil ate pasta salad, a turkey burger, and did a couple shots. We then get to the main part of the show. Now, remember, Phil said, oh, I'm going to play Minecraft. Well, no, because Phil had so much trouble building the Lego set. He did not have time to play Minecraft.
We've chilled. We had great food that my wife made, and we played Schedule 1. But now, it is time for Lego building, something that I started doing.
Okay, so I want you to look at this Lego set. In the bottom right corner, sorry, the bottom left corner, it clearly says 8+. So it's made for children, and it has 427 pieces. Phil is not going to be able to do this whatsoever.
About a month ago, and people really liked, and we haven't done it in a long time. And people said, hey, would you do some chill Lego building? Yes, let's do it right now. 427 pieces. The Minecraft Lego set. It's my birthday. Let's do it right now. In fact, let's do it so seriously. Let's do it all in one sitting. Let's see how long it takes. Hopefully we can get through this. I just got to figure out how to open the box without making...
I've got to figure out how to open the box. We are already set for a bad start. Like, I don't know about you. I know that there are plenty of different kinds of cardboard boxes, but I don't think that anyone has ever had me confused on how to open it. I'd also like to say this. Phil is not a Lego collector. Or is he a Minecraft guy? What is he going to do with this Lego set when he's done with it? It is going to be all his video game figurines all over again, where he's got all this junk all throughout his place.
A big mess. The last box that I opened was the Lego succulents. I don't think they have an easy way to open them.
I don't think they have an easy way to open them. Phil, get a box cutter.
Without making a mess. They all look like you just have to like tear the side off. From what I can see.
Like, has he ever opened up a box of cereal before? Now, I haven't bought a Lego set in a very long time, but I assume it would be that easy.
Yeah, I guess I just have to like rip it apart. Here we go. Okay. So let's see what we've got. I don't know how to use this tool.
Here. Okay. So this is a tool known as the brick separator. It is essentially a Lego crowbar. It has one goal: to separate bricks. Phil does not understand how to use this thing whatsoever.
It is. But this is supposed to be a tool that separates pieces.
This is supposed to be a tool that separates pieces. So, what Phil has done wrong, he has two 1x1 bricks right on top of each other. Now, the way that he would do this, he would take that, put the bottom one onto that base plate, the green one, take the brick separator, put it on top, and sort of press it down. Just, again, like a crowbar. He does not understand how to do this.
Like how?
Like how? What am I doing wrong here?
Shit. I dropped it. This is not good. I don't know what to do.
I don't know what to do.
I don't know how to separate this at all.
Oh my
How do
God,
you
Phil.
separate two tiny Lego pieces that are jammed together? I have no clue at all. This tool won't do it. You can't get between them.
This tool won't do it. If you ever go to a store and you see like those, I don't know, those puzzle sets like, oh, separate the rings. This is beyond easier than any of those.
You can't stick it here. It doesn't work. I stick it on top. It doesn't do anything. They're completely
I
stuck.
swear, I'm ready to start screaming.
Oh my God, they won't even rotate. Oh. No, I wanted to go fast, but I screwed up one piece. I guess the torch is fucked.
Yeah, I can't do it. I got outsmarted by two 1x1 Legos.
So I guess I can't do it. I can't do this torch. Just forget it.
I can't do it. I can't do it.
Because I accidentally stuck two tiny pieces together. I wasn't supposed to stick together. Now the thing's all fucked up. Apparently. Yeah. Lame. Ow. Instead of it being like chunky blocks, there's small blocks that are building long ways out. This is going to be way more complex than I expected. Huh.
This is going to be way more complex than I expected.
Who will step up and
remember, this is 8+.
Support the stream and get us to $3,500.
Okay, so yeah, Phil is saying, hey, if we get $3,500, I'll shave my beard. Phil, nobody cares about that. I think he also said, like, no, I'm not doing it on camera. I'll do it in my bathroom. Like, it defeats the whole purpose. I personally think he wanted to shave it himself and said, oh, maybe I could find a way to make some money off of this too.
And I will shave my beard tonight. Only for my birthday will I do this. This is your one and only chance to have me shave my beard. I will shave it all off, clean shaven, for the first time in 15 years if we hit $35 to support by the end of the stream. But we must hit it by the end of the stream, and we must do it fast. I will go shave right now if we hit it. Let's take a shot of Blue Flame.
Let's take a shot of Blue Flame. Remember what he said earlier. Drinking from the jar, I mean, that kind of defeats the whole purpose. How could I count that as a shot? I can't measure it.
That's terrible. Oh, God. Blue Flame is the worst.
I believe Phil on that. Blue Flame probably does not taste very good.
I like everything but Blue Flame. Blue Flame is legit the worst. I'm going to have that forever because I'm not drinking that. It's terrible.
He'll have that until he runs out of gin.
You get these top ones off. They're wrong.
Okay, so this is insane. Phil's about to say, I put the colors in the wrong spot. Maybe I could swap the colors around. Like, no, Phil, it does not work like that. Now, again, I have not bought a Lego set in a very, very long time. But the ones I did have, I remember them being in color. Not only that, the box is also in color. So how did Phil get the wrong color put on the Lego Diamond Sword?
These three are wrong. They're supposed to be dark blue. I had no idea there was even a light blue and a dark blue diamond color.
I know. Again, how does he not know? It clearly shows that on the box and the instructions.
How was I supposed to know that?
How was I supposed to know that? When the instructions said...
What?
How was I supposed to know that there were two different colors when the instructions and the box said so?
What the hell? Where'd this come from? I feel like they could have used bigger blocks, but Lego doesn't, right? Like Lego uses the same standard block.
I feel like they could use bigger blocks, but no, Lego uses the standard block. Well, Phil, Lego actually does make bigger blocks. It's called Duplo, and it's made for toddlers, so they don't choke on the pieces.
Way.
But you know what? Maybe those are a little bit more up your alley.
Okay, holy moly, we did it.
Holy moly.
There's the diamond sword.
I did this Lego set for 8-year-olds.
That took forever. That seriously took forever. We got the diamond sword done. This shit is bizarre. There's like a launcher. There's like a launcher here. I don't know what it does.
There's a launcher here. I don't know what it does. Well, Phil, I would assume that a launcher launches things. And not only that, it's like an advertised play feature on the box.
What is it supposed to do? Probably nothing. I don't know what that's supposed to do. Oh, okay.
That was a lot to go through. I watched that stream, at least parts of it, like 3 times by now, like as of recording. But thankfully, we now get to the main part of the show. Phil cried. There's no real words to explain it, so we're just going to go through it.
I am so happy. And now, of course, I'm getting emotional, but... Did you see how angry I was? Before I met Kat? You saw how angry I was, right?
Phil, turn the camera off.
Kat is the reason why I'm not angry anymore.
Phil is still angry. The things I've seen him say, even to his donators. I remember I saw him get 1 donation, and he actually said, if you're going to donate, do it in USD. Like, Phil, come on.
I'm happy. Everything before her was another life. Everything since I met her has been the best life. And I wish that for all of you. I really do. That's why I think that so many people out there are in pain and are hateful and hate others and think it's okay to step on others. I gotta step on others to get ahead. I gotta hurt others.
This is demented. Like, Phil, you're having like an episode right now. Like, turn the camera off.
Get ahead. Because you're not happy. Because if you were happy, you wouldn't want to crush others. You would need to crush others. Because you would be okay. There's so many people out there who are hurting, and no one gets it. Once you get it, you don't need to do that anymore. You don't need to be upset about every little idiot who says something about you. Every little moron who pokes at you. You know, you don't need to hyper focus on the negative. You can just be positive about the good things in your life. And people don't get it. They don't. Because they don't have that. And I feel bad, but I can't make you understand that until you have it. So I wish that upon all of you. Because my life is so much better because of my wife.
I know I keep saying this, but Phil, crying on camera is never a good idea. Like, if he said, listen, guys, I'm feeling a little emotional. I had too much to drink. I better get off. That would have been much better. Instead, he starts going on about all this. I don't even know how to say it. Like, Phil, these aren't words of wisdom. They're drunken rambling.
And I feel bad that so many people don't have that. And they just stand there and they're so upset about everything. Every little fucking thing. Who cares? Who cares that Ethan Ralph lives in a shack in Mexico? Who cares about Cog who doesn't have a toilet that flushes, right? Who cares about this guy that said this or this guy that said that? Who cares about this guy that makes crap content? Who gives a fuck about any of it? Why would you care? Don't you have something better to do? Don't you have something you actually like? Because you know you don't like that. So why would that be what you're doing with your life? I don't get it. I don't understand it. You don't have to, I understand, you don't have to like what I'm saying. You have to say, I get it. Why would I focus on that? What is wrong with me? And I'm happy now, and I don't need to anymore. Ever again. I don't have to listen to any of this nonsense from the drama sector, whatever it's called. I can just be me. Today I played games. I ate food for my wife. I made an insane amount of money. Why would I be sad? I'd be retarded to be sad with what had just happened today. You know? Like, oh, let me now go crap on some people. No, I'm not going to do that. I don't need to. All right. I got to get out of here, but we have more shout-outs to do.
So that was DSP's big birthday stream. He had a nice dinner, built a Lego set, and cried on camera. I actually talked to somebody about this, and they said to me, so Phil, on his birthday, drank moonshine and played with Legos. And I thought that was really funny. Besides that, though, he had a pretty slow month this month. At least that was until late in April, when his Switch 2 pre-order got canceled, and he blamed his detractors. Let me pull this up.
I actually already filmed a daily wrap.
But this is serious.
And it was a really positive, great one. And now I have to refilm this an hour later at 11:16 p.m. to tell you how messed up my situation is when people say things about how Phil over-exaggerates and Phil constantly is just talking out of his butt. So here's what happened today. We had two great streams. The first stream was Oblivion Remastered. Great fun. We hit the goals. Then the late stream was also a great stream of me building the first half of my Lego Piranha plant. We hit the goal again, which means that tomorrow we're doing DSP tries at Chipotle, and that's awesome. At 8:55 p.m.
Now, this is actually so... I don't know how to explain it. Like, if you pre-ordered a Switch and it got canceled, is that the end of the world? No. Like, it's a video game console. I can't remember the last time. No, I don't think I've ever gotten a video game console on launch.
I attempted to get the Switch 2. I was going between multiple different websites, including Best Buy, Walmart, Target, and more. Couldn't get it from anywhere but Walmart. Added 2 to cart. Actually checked out both the Mario Kart bundle and this regular Switch 2. Regular Switch 2 is coming June 5th on release day. The other one is coming June 8th. Great. Checked out, paid, good to go. Finishing up my work, turned the stream off. Okay, I'm going to film the daily wrap. As I'm filming this daily wrap, I announce, hey, I got 2 Switch 2s. What a great day. Everything's amazing. And then I check my email where it proceeds to tell me that both orders have been canceled. Does it say that it's because of an error on Walmart? No, it says I canceled the orders. So I'm currently talking with Walmart right now about someone socially engineered my account on Walmart.com.
Somebody socially engineered my account.
And through basically very basic information, which it must have been because it certainly wasn't anything crazy, they got access and canceled my orders. So now I don't have a Switch 2.
Phil, you didn't have a Switch 2 regardless. You could just order it. You could order one again.
I was going to get 2. I was going to keep one, maybe give one to my wife, maybe have a backup in case the Switch 2 failed at launch because that's what happened with the Switch 1. Maybe eventually do a giveaway. And now I have nothing.
No, I've heard theories that Phil's plan was that he was going to scalp it. Now, Walmart has anti-scalping rules set in place, so you cannot order 2 Switches at the same time. That is why it was canceled. But no, Phil would rather say, it was my detractors.
So I want you guys to understand again that when people say that, DSP exaggerates.
Not only that, am I crazy? Like, there's not... Okay, Metroid Prime 4, that looks pretty good. But besides Metroid Prime 4, there is no game on the Switch 2 that interests me whatsoever. Like, almost everything that I saw lately, you could already play on the Switch 1. Like, what is even the point? When I got my Xbox Series X, it took me no time to realize, hey, I'm just playing the same games I was playing on my Xbox One.
Or whatever. No, they actually do this stuff to me. This is why I refuse to give any personal details about anything in my life. This is why I will not film anywhere in my house. I will not do IRL vlogs. Anything that I do that's information, they use to hurt me. So I worked my butt off tonight getting 2 Switch 2s, and now I have nothing.
I worked my butt off to get 2 Switch 2s. Now, I haven't done much pre-ordering in my days, but you know what I have done? I've bought things online, and going through a checkout is not that difficult.
Because these people screwed me. I don't even know how they got access to the account. I'm talking to the rep right now, which is the noise that you're hearing, bling, bling, bling. So here's the deal. Tomorrow, Level 1 podcast and the premiere of Claire Obscure Expedition 33, and we're doing DSP Tries at Chipotle on the first stream. The second stream will be Minecraft Chill, but I'm not getting a Switch 2. I have no means to do so. They're all sold out everywhere. I had them, and someone socially engineered my account and canceled my orders.
What a
If anyone
shame.
has any means to get one, I'd appreciate it. If anyone's getting an extra one that I could buy off of you for the real price, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, so yeah, Phil is now saying, hey, listen, to all my audience members, if you manage to get a Switch pre-ordered, sell it to me at retail.
But it looks like at this point, I can't cover the Switch 2 because these people are scumbags who break the law, impersonate me, and do awful things to me and my family. And this is just another example of that. Have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow.
Wow. Now, again, we know that Walmart has those anti-scalping rules. Phil was told about this. He would instead double down and throughout multiple streams say the same thing. Now, I've got clips from a lot of them, so we're going to treat them as one video.
First things first, on today's Level 1 podcast, I revealed the true story, not the conspiracy-laden, idiotic.
Okay, what sounds more conspiracy-laden? Some random guy called up Walmart pretending to be Phil, gave them all of his security information to cancel 2 Nintendo Switches, or Phil broke Walmart's anti-scalping rules, and they canceled his Switch 2s. Which one of those sounds more realistic?
So let me get this straight. Someone at your company is a dumbass, and through completely illegal means, granted access to my personal account and information, even though they weren't supposed to. And the thing you're going to do for me is give me a few bucks. Wow, that sounds like a real way to treat the customer, doesn't it? But again,
am I crazy? That is a good way to treat the customer. They said, hey, listen, we screwed up. We know this is a bit of a hassle. They could give Phil nothing. Instead, they say, hey, listen, you're a customer. We're going to help you out. Like, Phil could put that towards something else.
I am the exception to the rule. I am the person who has this stuff happen. 99.9999999% of the populace, this would never happen. And by the way, for the record, this person was trying to do this from the moment that I ordered the Switch 2s, which was around 9 p.m., till past 10 p.m. Like, it took them a while to find someone who was gullible enough to believe them and give them access to the account. They had been trying to do it for over an hour before they finally found the sucker who believed them. So probably they did this 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times and kept backing out and trying again until finally they found someone stupid enough. So I want you to think about how messed up this is, okay? Now, I am going to say something, and I've had enough of this shit, okay? Since last night, I announced that this had happened to me, okay? Every motherfucker on the planet is trying to blame me, all right? You showed an email. You showed an order number. You said it was Walmart. You said it was... Now, listen.
I'm going to say this. Phil does have a bit of a point here, like, hey, listen, I should not have all this stuff happening to me. But at the same time, if you know this is what happens with you, if you know this is the kind of thing that's going to happen to you, you need to keep this stuff like secret. I like to think of it like this. Imagine that everything you put onto the internet can and will be used against you by somebody who hates you. As long as you always keep that in your mind, you're golden.
Again, I will admit this. I should have just gone offline to do this. I never should have said I got it from Walmart. I never should have done any of that. I should have said, I'm going to pre-order and I'll be back. And I should have just ran break stuff, break music and slides, instead of sitting here doing it and telling you guys the process, because I thought it was kind of exciting and you guys were excited to see if I was going to get it or not, right? So I thought it would be good content, and it was good content, quite frankly. People liked it who were on the stream. But God forbid that I make good content, right? Because I'm not allowed. If I do that, I'm at risk. And this is the point I keep making to you guys. This is why I can't go film in my house. I can't do IRL vlogging. I can't do any of that shit, because that stuff is an actual risk. So the fact that I sat here saying, oh, I'm pre-ordering from Walmart. Oh, here's the confirmation email. That literally put me at risk, because they could socially engineer the account. Even if I told you I ordered from Walmart, it's still a fucking crime to impersonate someone's identity. It's called identity fraud, identity theft. It's a fucking federal crime. And this is like the 10th time it's happened to me. This happened to me with accounts years ago, and that's why I had to redo my entire fucking bank account and all of that shit. It happened with my utilities. Now it happens again. This social engineering and identity fraud is a huge fucking problem, and no one out there is equipped to handle it. None of these companies.
Phil, if this is the 10th time this has happened to you, maybe you're doing something wrong here. Like, keep more stuff secret.
I'm going to make this abundantly clear. No longer am I going to listen to or entertain any moron or idiot who says, Phil, you over-exaggerate. Phil, you make stuff up. Phil, you do this for sympathy. You do this because you want free shit. I don't want anyone to donate anything to me. Do you understand what I'm telling you?
Is he for real? Again, I want to remind you when Phil and Stephen Cambion were doing that interview together, and Steve Cambion says, Phil, I've got this video of you asking for donations 117 times in 3 hours. Phil, he demands people give him money. He begs for it. He's like the original e-beggar.
Wanted to buy the Switch 2 last night. That ability to just make an actual commercial transaction was taken away from me. I wasn't saying, hey, everyone, please buy me a Switch 2. Please donate a Switch 2. No, I wanted to buy it, and they wouldn't let me. Do you get it? How fucked up that is?
I don't get it.
I work hard. People support my content because they like it. I earn money that I should be able to spend on whatever I want. I shouldn't have to worry about pussyfooting around, being incredibly afraid that I say or do something that might jeopardize myself or my family's privacy, or have someone commit a federal crime to impersonate me to try to fuck with me and my livelihood. You get it? Like, that should never happen in any circumstance. It's not okay in any way, shape, or form, in any time or place. It's not right. And now it's time to fucking suffer. Because here's...
Whoa. Now it's time to fucking suffer. Who does Phil think he is? Phil has no power whatsoever. Like, he's got a very large channel, but no viewers. He doesn't have it in with anyone on Kick or YouTube. Like, he's not in with anyone in the industry. He's on, remember, what he called Path 3. He's on his own, and he requires his audience to donate to him.
Why you're gonna suffer, you dumb fuck. You ready for this? Why do you think I have been around for 17 years?
Because you're the pig roach.
Chance? Do you think it was coincidence?
Yes, I think this is how Phil has been around for 17 years. And I challenge anyone to tell me differently. He was one of the earliest adopters to doing Let's Plays. He was pushed by Machinima. And that is why he is where he is today. If Phil was going to start out at the age he was when he did today, he would not make it.
Do you think that for some reason I just magically stayed? Ladies and gentlemen, the reason that I'm still here after 17 years is one fucking word: perseverance. Get it? I don't give up. I don't fail or falter. I don't fall down on my knees crying, oh my God, it's all over, they got me. Instead, when people fuck with me, I use that as motivation to continue forward positively, to keep sticking to my guns, to keep doing what I know is the right thing to do. And that's why people still care about Darkside Phil in 2025. It's not because I sold out and became a shill like one half of the internet. And it's not because I became a toxic bully who gets into drama and awful content like the other half of the internet. It's because I am a man alone standing on an island making content the way no one else dares to be different, to not hurt others, and to say no matter what you throw against me, you're not going to hurt me. I am the rock face upon which the waves crash, and I never fucking crumble. Get it?
No. That is peak delusion if I've ever seen it in my life. What was he said? I am the rocks that the water crashes upon? Like, something tells me Phil is going to magically have a Switch 2 on launch day, and all of that will have been for nothing. Again, Phil still has plenty of time to go out and get himself another Switch 2. Again, if he goes to GameStop, like, I'm 99% sure he can get one. Personally, I'm not getting a Switch 2 for a while. Again, only Metroid Prime 4 looks good. Now the DSP segment's over. That was way too long. It actually gave me a headache. I just stopped recording like an hour ago because I needed to like take a break. I'm not even kidding. So moving on to a quick one, and we have the Styxx and Hexenhammer and Quartering segment. A.D.A's equivalent of Bulk and Skull from Power Rangers, it seems. Now, on April 2nd, Styxx announced that he was going to be going on to Quartering streams for free. The reason being, of course, Quartering losing all his money, taking out like $300K worth of credit card debt just to make coffee pods. We got everyone's favorite vampirate.
Show. Are you still part of the Quartering? Yes.
Yes.
Quartering has run into some debt, it appears. And
Quartering has not just run into some debt. Quartering has run into $300,000 of debt minimum.
And so I'm doing it for free, basically. But I have no problem with this. So yeah, I believe...
I get that this is Styxx's outfit. This is what he wears. This is his work uniform. But I swear, like, does he change his clothes? This is insane.
That I will be on the Quartering at 2 p.m. I'll probably keep this a little bit on the shorter end, and then I'll go on with him. But I don't have any problem with it because I figure he had my back at my darkest hour. So I'm going to have his back.
Oh, we're going to see how well Styxx has Quartering's back. He's falling asleep at the wheel. Little spoiler alert, we're going to say.
And I love it.
I love it.
Yeah, he I think he took out $300,000 to make a coffee company.
No, not to make a coffee company. To assist his coffee company.
But I believe in the long term, because of his business acumen, that will pay off. And so, you know, I'm willing to have his back. I believe that it will pay off, and therefore I'm going to have his back.
I hope Styxx is drinking coffee. I don't think he is.
He didn't give up on me when things...
Oh yeah, also, so Styxx has some new additions to his setup there. If you can't tell, he's got Vegemite. That is some very bizarre, like, Australian jam made of, like, vegetables. Apparently it's like disgusting. So I don't know why he imported it.
It's a real fucking tough for me. So I'm not going to give up on him. That's the way that I work with my friends.
That's the way that I work with my friends. I wouldn't want Styxx to live across the street from me, let alone be a friend. And so, like I was saying, Styxx should have drank some of that coffee, because not long later, that same day, at 2 p.m., he fell asleep on the Quartering stream. Now, I've got clips of this right here.
Yeah, that's not great. How about you, Styxx?
I'm doing fairly well.
So this is his excuse. I didn't get much sleep last night. Also, I want you to look at his headphones. Now, for anyone listening, Styxx the way he's wearing his headphones, he's wearing like the old classic iPod. You know the ones I'm talking about. He's wearing the classic iPod. Styxx is wearing the classic iPod headphones. But the problem is, they're so short. He's not using an extender whatsoever. So they're like sticking up. Like you can see how tight they are.
Got very little sleep last night. My insomnia kicked in. Other than that, everything's fine.
Well, I feel like kind of just jumping in. What's up, everybody who's coming in from Russell Brand? Appreciate you tuning in today. He had no chance with the amount of money that was pouring in against him.
Yeah, the huge amounts of money, I think, made the difference here. And, you know, we saw it really wasn't as prominent as it was in the last election, the presidential election, the federal election, but it was a different kind of circumstance. It was a different situation. This right now.
Oh, look at Styxx. He looks a little sleepy. So you can see right there, Quartering notices. Quartering is not happy. He sees Styxx just asleep at the wheel, like I said earlier. This other guy, I don't think he's noticing any of this either. But yeah, Quartering is not a happy camper.
Now, those highlight how overwhelmingly, yes.
Looks at the camera. When my friends have my back, I have theirs. Falls asleep on Quartering stream.
The left has the billionaires. The left has all the big money. The left has a lot of the kind of institutionalized establishment kind of forces behind them. They did it with Donald Trump. They overspent Donald Trump too. They had more money than Donald Trump did. Donald Trump was able to, you know, pull it out. But usually, especially when
I could pause this at literally any point, and Quartering's just got such a mad face on him.
When it comes to local elections, the money does.
Yeah, this is a good one too. He's looking right at the camera. Man, if somebody looks at you like this, you know, like, yeah, there's something going on in his head right now.
Determine the outcome here.
Yeah, probably not a good sign for the midterms.
Styxx is waking up. Styxx is waking up. Looks at the camera.
What I wanted to talk about was like long term. Here, I want to lay out
so
my
out of it.
Reasoning why.
Kind of late in the game.
This is round two. Styxx in this chair. Little sleepy guy wearing those aviators. He's not fooling anyone.
Came in late, and a lot of people say the boost that
was too late. Yeah,
Mushimo got was only because of Elon, and these other guys. I mean, they were in the shadows. I was hearing about the
Styxx looks like he looks like a PNG. He looks still.
Supreme Court appointee now, not appointee. This candidate now for weeks and weeks on end.
Oh, and Quartering's not happy
clearly, again. The whole Republican
and he's gone.
Party machine.
Quartering just kicked him from the panel. I know when Zoom was like the popular thing during quarantine, there were all those videos of people going in there with like wrong names, falling asleep in class, stuff like that. This is Styxx's job. Like, he just showed that to, I don't know how many people watch the Quartercast. I've never listened to it. I've never heard somebody mention it to me either. So who knows? But I'm going to assume that he did that in front of thousands of people. If you're that tired, you should just say, hey, listen, I know I promised you I was going to come on, but I cannot do this.
Activated isn't as powerful as it is. I sent you a clip of CNN actually kind of admitting.
All right, so the guest, he's about to leave. And when he's gone, Quartering is about to say, like, no, what he just did was unacceptable. Unfortunately, I do not have a clip of this, but apparently Quartering believes that Styxx passed out, blackout drunk in that chair, and that's why that happened.
Like my camera's on the fritz, I could restart again.
Yeah, go ahead.
And come right back in.
Today, yeah. Okay.
Today, yeah.
I'll come right back in.
Yeah. Yeah, so people in chat for what was going on earlier, I will address that. I'll be giving him some time to sort things out. That's unacceptable, completely unacceptable behavior. So that's all I'm going to say about it. All right. Sometimes people go through rough times, and I'm not going to pile on, but that's never happening again.
So Quartering thought that was unacceptable. I tend to agree with him. Like, if you're going to come up, if somebody's going to invite you on their show, either treat it with a bit of respect, or say, hey, listen, I can't go. One of the two. How does Styxx talk about this the very next day?
Tomes Esquire. Speak to Jeremy since yesterday. He said after he...
Yes, legit. Like, he does not change his clothes. What is... How does he wear this so often?
Kicked you, it was unacceptable, would not happen again, and would be dealt with. That's why I asked. I made a video...
And I say that because Styxx, he's been photographed, like, in public, just going to the corner store, wearing the exact same thing. Like, he's like a cartoon character when they're super cheap. Sorry, Styxx is like an anime character where they have the guy wearing the exact same thing every episode because that's cheaper.
This morning, and this is the truth. I am not nodding on heroin. I am not drunk. I am an insomniac. And I really do apologize to Jeremy. And
I'm an insomniac. You know what's good for getting some sleep? If you stop drinking so much.
To the audience as well.
I'm not even joking. Like, if you drink to the point Styxx does, it actually like affects your REM sleep. It's the same thing with pot. I know some people say like, oh, like it helps me sleep. I mean, it might help you fall asleep. It might help you fall asleep, but you're not getting the quality of sleep.
For that particular incident, I pretty much passed out. I had maybe 3 hours of sleep the prior night, and it's becoming a problem. That's why I made the video this morning. I am a chronic insomniac, and so it's very, very difficult for me to get enough sleep in order to actually function. And
oh my God. Styxx, just take some magnesium and melatonin. If you do that, like that's a pretty good way to fall asleep. Take that an hour before bed, both of them.
And yeah, it's a big problem. Yeah, you have no idea how fucking tired I was. And
didn't sound that tired.
I barely even remember half of that.
I barely even remember half of that. Probably because you were drunk.
Because, yeah, I was pretty much passed out. My apologies to the quartering, to Jeremy, and to the audience. I did not mean for that to happen. I was very, very much passed out. It's not my proudest moment. No, I've talked to Jeremy since then. He's a good dude. But I think that he assumed that I was drunk, which was...
Styxx thinks that Jeremy assumed that he was drunk. Why would that be, I wonder?
Was not actually the case. What was actually the case was that I fucking passed out because of sleep deprivation. There's a reason why I made that video this morning. He accused me of being drunk on stream. That's okay. I'm not throwing Jeremy under the bus under any circumstances. He had my back in a big way. When I was in my darkest hour, he was the one that showed up to save me. So throwing him under the bus, not going to happen. That being said, if he accused me of being drunk, that's just being wrong and doesn't mean that you're trying to be malevolent or anything like that. I like the dude. We've got some problems going on with regards to logistics, but...
Ooh, Styxx is laying it out. He's telling us some secrets that Quartering probably doesn't want us to know.
At the same time, I'm not going to throw him under the bus, under any circumstances.
What's he drinking, I wonder? Is that San Pellegrino?
I believe in fierce loyalty. If somebody has really had your back, especially when you can get fucked in the ass, literally and figuratively.
Literally and figuratively. If you look at those sunglasses, they're not hiding anything.
Then you have to have their back as well. So, Jeremy should have given you the benefit of the doubt. He needs a better reason than you passed out to make the claim that you were drunk. No, I was just exhausted. I got 2 hours of sleep maybe the prior night.
Now, it's been a couple of days since I recorded this, but I believe it was like half an hour into that call where Styxx like fell asleep.
Or something.
He wasn't even really talking for the most part, too. There was no reason for him to be on that show.
I was sleepy. But at the same time, I can understand why he would believe that, and I'm not going to throw him on the bus. No. Not going to happen.
So, Styxx is a bit of a sleepyhead, it would seem. Or more likely, he's a drug addict who has not seen his big moment yet where he needs to realize that he's got to stop. I have a funny feeling that the next time we're going to see him, it will not be for something positive. And with that, we are done our Styxx and Hexenhammer and Quartering segment. And we'll be moving on to our next one. 3 lolcows, Dack Doherty, Tophiachu, and World of T-Shirts in that order. I have never covered Dack Doherty on this channel before, nor do I really know a whole lot about him. But what I do know is I do not like him. He is a weasel that will pick fights with people knowing that his bodyguard will step in. He has also made a very large amount of his money managing OnlyFans accounts. Well, on April 26th, this guy was wearing $300,000 worth of jewelry around his neck, like one necklace, walking around LA and got robbed.
I'm like facing this way against the wall, and next thing I know, Chrissy like taps me, and boom, they're coming right here, running at me like full speed, like right here. Show them, look, like literally right there. And then, yeah, next thing I know, they're pressing me up against the wall. This guy comes in, rips me up my chains off my neck, and like Dave pushes them, but I see he has my chains, and there's another guy here trying to rip my watch off my wrist.
Am I a crazy person? Like, if you have $300,000, don't walk around with it on, don't wear it on you walking around the streets. Like, that is insane. I think a $1,000 necklace, even with whatever his net worth is, would be way more than needed.
And then I eventually like got out, and then I started running. I ran like right here, and then I ran around, and then back down here. And their car was parked right here. They parked right here.
Pulled up, I heard the tires screeching. I was standing right here.
His security guard is not going to go chasing down anyone that robs him.
I heard the tires screeching. I look to my left, and I see everybody hop out. And I tried to beat them to you. And I just remember...
That was $300,000 that he was just robbed of, and he says they went for his watch too. Like, people have died getting robbed for that much money.
Tackling.
And LA is not known to be safe either.
One guy, and the guy you were talking about, I had him with my left hand, and then I seen the gun, and I had to hold up, I had to draw back.
Damn, bruh. What a lesson to learn. Maybe don't walk around with $300,000 worth of jewelry on you. Now, that was very quick, so we will be moving on to Tophiachu. Now, the last time that we covered Tophiachu was when talking about the tragedy she had faced on March 11th, where a carjacker shot and killed her brother, as well as shot and hospitalized her mother. On a YouTube post that I had made when that happened, I said I would not be covering Tophiachu for the foreseeable future. That was right after my Tophiachu video came out. She had gotten an insane amount of goodwill from people, and somehow, in that time, she has thrown all of it away. On March 13th, a GoFundMe was made to help Tophiachu's family with funeral expenses, medical bills, and a bunch of other things that she needed money for in that time. Our friend Donald was killed on the morning of March 11th. I hope this page can help provide a proper burial and some money for his sister and mom who have been without a home. His mother was shot and is still in the hospital. Prayers and donations are appreciated. Update March 13th. Hey everyone, I just wanted to take a moment to thank each and every one of you for your incredible support. Whether you've donated, shared, or sent words of encouragement, it truly means the world to everyone who knew Donald. Thanks to your generosity, we've reached 5K so far. These funds will go to the funeral expenses, medical bills, and towards helping the family of Donald rebuild their life. If you haven't already, please consider sharing this page with friends and family. It makes a huge difference. Again, thank you so much for your kindness and generosity. With gratitude, many of Donald's friends. Oh. Sorry, I forgot to put the update on screen. Whoops. I don't think that any reasonable person could have an issue with that. I mean, funerals are stressful enough, let alone if you need money for one that you don't have. Thankfully, I've never been put in that situation, and I don't know what I would do if I was in it. But what I do know is that Tophiachu did something that I could never even think of and siphoned off funds to fund her lifestyle. That GoFundMe raised a total of $7,000, and Tophiachu would try to say the cremation alone was going to cost $6,000. The average cremation in New Mexico is between $600 and $1,200. Yet apparently, according to her, she was charged between 4 to 6 times that price. It's also been alleged that the cremation was done by the state for free. Now, here are the facts. There was no funeral. She claimed that the burial was going to cost an extra $4,000. So, what's this money going towards? Well, as you can see here in this photo, on April 14th, Tophiachu got caught on camera going on a shopping spree. But I might hear you saying, Tophiachu doesn't have a job, she doesn't have any money. How'd she buy this stuff? Did some bank give her out a credit card? Did she recently come to some money? Wait a second. Did she dip into her brother's funeral fund? Well, let's see what Tophiachu has to say about the whole situation. These are multiple Instagram stories over the last 2 weeks of April, but I'm going to be showing the important parts only.
Welcome.
Whoops.
I haven't been able to make videos because the place that I'm at doesn't allow videos, so I have to go outside. Do you see this lovely little card that was condolences from my mom's family? This lovely little card had $300 in it. You know where the $300 went? To Ross and TJ Maxx. You know why? Because I needed pajamas that I didn't have to sleep in because I was sleeping in jeans. I only had one pajama that I bought from Walmart. On top of this,
she only had one pajamas that she bought from Walmart. Now, Tophiachu is on a budget. Personally, if I was in that situation, I'd get everything from Walmart. I would cheap out. If I'm being honest, I like plain shirts, t-shirts especially. What is the difference between a black plain t-shirt from Walmart and H&M? Maybe the fabric, but visually they're very, very similar.
Stuff that I bought, I did go shopping at Walmart with a $200 gift card that the crime victims unit gave me, on top of a $500 gift card to Grubhub, which I can't find the receipts in Grubhub because it's disappeared, but I spent $500 of that gift card to Grubhub because people want to say, well, you bought Grubhub with what money? I didn't pay for any of that food with any money. It was given.
Again, very limited budget. Rather than get something at home, maybe do a little meal prep. Grubhub.
Given to me by the crime victims unit to buy food from Grubhub. Let's address this person, shall we?
Okay, this is insane. Tophiachu, Miss Class 3 obesity. That's not like an exaggeration, by the way. She actually is. I think she's like 400 pounds. That is what Wings of Redemption and Boogie are.
You see this?
She's about to say this lady needs to lay off the Big Macs.
Person right here, okay.
Sorry, when I was getting clips for my Tophiachu video, I saw her talk about how she ordered 40 chicken nuggets and Big Mac sauce to dip them in. She was fantasizing about it as she spoke about it.
So, since you want to be a victim, okay, I can help you with the crime victims unit, right? And I could get you in touch with them and they can help you get DoorDash and all your needs met, right? Sorry, but there's loud noises where I'm at. But anyways, let me tell you something. You want to be a victim so bad, I will let.
Yeah, there are loud noises going on where you are. You know what CapCut has, Tophiachu? CapCut can isolate your vocals. I know that's what she uses to edit her videos. She can fix this.
Them know that you're a victim of eating too many Big Macs, okay? That's what you're a victim of. A victim of eating too many Big Macs. That double chin should say all that it.
This is pot calling the kettle, to the max, glass houses, all that. Again, when I made that Tophiachu video, I saw a clip of her that I could not believe. She had claimed that she did not eat anything at the homeless shelter because the sandwiches and ramen that she was given were not meals. And she also said she needs to eat 5 meals a day.
Needs to say, you want to sit here and tell me that I need to starve, maybe you should start starving yourself. I am so sick and tired of people telling me that I'm supposed to starve. You know why they gave me a $500 Grubhub gift card? Because I was in a hotel room. I could cook, but I wanted to buy fast food because I was visiting my mom every day in the
I could cook, but I wanted to buy fast food. I have never seen her be so honest in my life.
Hospital and didn't have the energy to cook after I was just carjacked. Tried to be ripped out of a window, watched my brother get blasted, pew-pewed in his head. He was missing an eye. I watched my brother die right before my eyes, but yeah, I'm supposed to somehow have the energy to get up and cook because people said so, and that I'm not supposed to use a gift card that was given to me. But okay, you wanted to bring up...
She has an excuse for everything. I didn't have the energy to cook. She could buy microwavable meals that are cheaper than fast food. She could do all this stuff, but no.
The fact that I'm scamming people by going to TJ Maxx and, Ross. Maybe I have family on my mom's side that gave us money to be able to afford and buy the things that we need.
Yeah, maybe I have family on my mother's side that gave me money. Well, maybe you won the lottery too.
So maybe stop pocket watching people and stop telling people how to spend money that was given to them. Because my mom's family gave us $300, and that $300 went to buy me bras, went to buy my mom bras because she needed it. Oh wait, I'm sorry, we don't need that. I don't even need underwear, to be honest.
Ew, gross.
I'm not supposed to do that. Oh, I didn't need a cup. My cup is in storage.
Okay, this is ridiculous. So she's gonna justify, my cup, my shoes, and a few other things that she already owns are in storage. And because that's difficult to get into, or something like that, it makes more sense to buy overpriced versions.
Which it's very, very hard to get into storage for certain reasons.
For certain reasons that she's not going to say.
I had a tumbler in the car, but I can't get to my car because I can't even get clothes from my car because it's still with detectives. But yet again, here is Miss Eats Too Much Big Macs trying to come on the internet and say that I am scamming people. And I don't care if you say that I'm bullying this person. Maybe they shouldn't make videos and thinking that it's totally okay for a Reddit to pretend to be someone's family member. Contact the morgue. It takes thousands of dollars to bury someone. And let's talk about what the state paid. The state...
All right, this is important. Let's talk about what the state paid.
Paid for the service and the cremation.
The state paid for the service and the cremation.
They did not pay for the burial because they pay only up to...
Brother Chu, or sorry, Donald, I should not be calling him that now. He is not buried. So she just said, again, the government paid for the service and the cremation.
$6,000. You know what $6,000 is? That's for a service. Do you not know how much it is just for a service and cremation? Yeah, it was close to $6,000. So the thousands of other dollars, which is like 4,000 something, more than that probably. I don't know, when we get down there, we'll see. To bury someone on top of that. So that's like a good $10,000 just for everything together. So I don't have like the money, right, to bury my brother because I was poor and sleeping out.
Was poor. I hate to tell it to you, Tophia, but no job. Even with this $7,000 going to your bank account with your spending habits, she will never not be poor. That's mean, I know. It doesn't sound good, but some people will never get out of this trap.
Out of a car, and I shouldn't have to come on here and make videos addressing this, but it is so depressing that people think I'm supposed to just get up and go get a job when I have trauma.
She shouldn't have to get up and get a job with trauma. How many veterans do you think, Tophia, come back from the Middle East? Not just the Middle East, just throughout the past, 80 years. How many of them came back with trauma? Worse than anything you could imagine? And right away, had to find a new job, had to start over. It's been a lot. This isn't a new thing. It happens all the time. It's unfortunate, but yeah, you need to get a job.
You know, the lovely internet does not let people grieve in peace. Like, I'm supposed to just run, snap, hop, and jump. And, bury him when it takes 4 to 17 days for cremation. They gave me $300 in their condolences, so I went and bought what I needed. I still need clothes because all my clothes are in the car. I have no clothes, so I have to buy clothes. I can't afford to pay my bills because I can't work.
I can't afford to pay my bills because I can't work. Okay, Tophia. So let's say this. Tophiachu is now claiming she cannot work because of her trauma. You know what? In the first week of this, yeah, you know what? I agree. Maybe finding a job while setting up a funeral, probably not the best idea. It's been a month. And what was her excuse for the 10 years sorry, I should say 12 years prior, because she's 30. She has never had a job, never worked. She does TikTok, but her TikTok does not pay nearly enough what she needs. She could leverage her TikTok by re-uploading things to YouTube, but she doesn't do that. And to top things off, when everyone was on her side saying, Tophiachu, it's okay, we're going to leave you alone, she uploads to Instagram where she's not making anything. It's very rare to see somebody in such a bad position with the ability to make things better, but actively not doing it. Don't get me wrong, there aren't many jobs that I think Tophiachu can do. Now, obviously, she can't like work at a grocery store. How long do you think that she could stand up bagging groceries? She definitely couldn't stock shelves. She has zero work history whatsoever. So I don't know. Like, honestly, I think she'd probably be like a prime candidate at the DMV. All she'd have to do is like sit down at her desk, maybe stamp a few papers, get in, get out sort of thing. But yeah, that's the only job I could really see her doing.
It's going to take 6 to 8 weeks to even get a check for the lost wages.
It's going to take 6 to 8 weeks to get paid. It's going to take 6 to 8 weeks to get a check for lost wages. What lost wages? Again, Tophiachu, you've never had a job. Now, I know we just got off DSP, and it was a very long segment. And you know what? I don't want to go back to this either. Years ago, during his bankruptcy, he was asked, how much do you make a year? And Phil said, hey, listen, I can't tell you that because some months I have good months, some months I have bad months. If you're making content, like, there is no lost wages. She doesn't magically get lost wages because she's not uploading to TikTok. Like, this is insane.
That, they had to pay me for not being able to work.
I'm sorry. I know I just paused, but they have to pay me for not being able to work. Tophiachu, you are able to work. You just choose not to.
And on top of all of that, I still can't afford to eat.
I can't afford to eat. Maybe if you didn't spend all that money you were given on DoorDash with those fees, high prices, she wasn't getting like the cheap options.
Which is great. I ran out of the $500 gift card.
I wonder why.
I wonder why. To cook because where I'm at, we can't cook.
I can't buy stuff to cook. Now, from what I understand, she had a microwave in this place. There are so many different meals you can make in a microwave if you're in a bad spot. You can make rice. And she's on TikTok all day too. There's no shortage of microwave recipes she could use.
We can have microwavable stuff like that.
Okay, yeah.
I still need clothes.
She did have a microwave.
Still a lot of stuff that I need, and I'm so frustrated about people thinking that I scam people. No shocker there, right? So the thing is that you can order food on DoorDash with your food stamps, but I don't have the delivery fee. And the sad thing about it is my mom's food stamp card is literally stuck with detectives. Literally stuck with detectives in evidence. The person that has the GoFundMe money literally is going to go down to the cemetery and pay that. You know that, right? Oh yeah, so he's going to go down there personally and pay the cemetery to have my brother buried. Oh, and let's clear up what the state paid because I'm so sick and tired of people saying the state already paid.
All right, remember what Tophiachu said earlier, unless I wildly misheard her. She said the state paid for the service and the cremation.
No, the state did not already pay. So I'm going to explain that to you because it's literally pissing me off. So let's get this out of the way. Cremated people can be buried. My grandma.
Okay, who is saying cremated people cannot be buried? I mean, I guess there are benefits if you're like strapped for cash as a family. It's a smaller lot, so you don't have to spend as much. You don't really need a coffin. Apparently, sorry, is it a coffin or? Yeah, you don't need a coffin. Apparently you can like rent one just for like show for a funeral. But I don't know why she's like even responding to this.
My mother and grandfather are buried and they're cremated. So for people saying that you can't bury cremated people, yes you can. You can also have them entombed. I didn't want him entombed. I wanted him buried, you know, with his urn. Because if we have his urn, it runs a risk or a chance of people trying to steal him. So yes, he can be buried. He will have a plot. He will have everything. So the state only paid up to $6,000 because they paid for the service. They paid for the casket. They paid for the urn, and they paid for the cremation. I already said that. That's up to $6,000. So everything went up to $6,000, and what was left over went to cremate him. So after the $6,000, we have no money for him to be buried. We can't pay that. 3 shirts. That's all I have is 4, including the black shirt I got for my brother's service because they didn't have anything really for a funeral service that fit me because Walmart sizes are jacked up. They don't have plus size stuff. You know, that's why.
Oh, okay. This is really good. So she's gonna say, oh, they don't have plus size stuff. They should.
To be plus size inclusive. So I got a black shirt because that's all I could get for a service. I wanted to dress up for my brother's service, but I couldn't dress up because all the stuff that was nice wasn't in my size.
Gee, Tophia, whose fault is that? She could get clothes in her size. She would have to order them online through Amazon, which she really likes to use. Go to a big and tall store. It's not common in stores, I'm very well aware. But Tophia, how common are you as a sized person? A brick and mortar store only has so much room. They need to pack it with as much stuff that they can sell as possible. How many people walking in at Tophia's size are going to be buying shirts? Like, it's just not worth it to stock.
Oh, and then people want to have the nerve to tell people like Samira to lose weight. Well, maybe if you just lose weight, then you'll find something in your size. No, we shouldn't have to do that. Companies should be size inclusive for everyone instead of me having to run around to different stores. I couldn't run around.
Why should I have to lose weight or go to a store that finds my sizes? Every other store should cater to me. Tophiachu actually believes that she is the main character of New Mexico and probably the world. Now, this is a little off topic, but I'm going to give you guys a little fun fact. So, a lot of people that are like her size will complain, oh, how come my clothes are so much more expensive than regular people's clothes? Now, something I found out, all clothes are usually made out of 1 sheet of fabric. But once you get to a certain size, you need to use 2 sheets of fabric, and that's why they get so much more expensive. Now, that is your fun fact of the day.
Because I had to get the clothes to take to the funeral home so they can dress my brother up in those clothes while the casket is closed. While I still have to remind myself my brother is dead. He's not here. He's murdered. He's in an urn. While trying to struggle with, I can't afford any of my shit. Oh, well. You want to say that I'm scamming people to make yourselves feel better, to stop people from helping me, and that's the messed up part. Like, you're continuously trying, show proof, other than me going to Ross and TJ Maxx and a video.
Other than what I'm guilty of, show me the proof.
Just saying, oh, she's spending GoFundMe money, look, she's going shopping. That video doesn't have any receipt proof that I have spent money at Ross. You do know that that's $7,000. You're insinuating that I spent $7,000 at Ross with the little bit of bags that I did have, which, you know, someone took a picture of me with the bags at the bus stop. I didn't have a lot of bags. Make that make sense. So if I was spending GoFundMe money, wouldn't I have more bags than that? I didn't have any receipt proof that
I'll say this, Tophia, you can spend a lot of money and it can go into a very small bag.
Wouldn't I spend more money than what I did spend that my family gave me, which was $300, which is none of anyone's business, but yet you're trying to pocket watch people? Maybe you should watch your own pockets. The same people that's saying I'm buying useless stuff, which is not useless because I bought hair care stuff, I bought PJs that I needed, I went to go buy clothes. I didn't find any pants, so I didn't get what I needed, basically, because I couldn't find some stuff, but I did get stuff that I needed, right? You're the same people that spend your money on bullcrap and then try to judge how others spend their money. It is weird. I'm a grown adult who literally receives money, and you're so mad at the fact saying, oh, her family won't give her this money and not help her. Like, stop making excuses because your life is shitty. Because you've got a horrible life that you want.
This is like Cyrax just projecting into the camera. She's here saying, you need to stop making excuses because your life is shitty. Tophiachu, everything you have said in these clips that I've highlighted, I'll be fair, I did take the worst that I could, but all it is you saying why you can't do something.
Everyone else to be miserable with you. I'm sorry your life is that miserable. It bothers you that I have unlimited access to help. I never asked for help. My brother's friends stepped in, and it was a good thing they stepped in right away, because look, now we have this money to bury him, hopefully. I don't know, if my brother doesn't get buried, I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna sue the Reddit for everything.
If my brother does not get buried, I'ma sue the Reddit for everything. With all that money raised, if he does not get buried, it is Tophia's fault. Now, again, just like with Cyrax, this is a lawsuit she will never be able to do. She doesn't have the money for even an initial counseling with a lawyer. She can't sue anyone.
Everything. I'm gonna sue them. I'm gonna sue you guys for that money to bury him. I'm gonna make sure you pay to bury out of pocket. And I'm sure you don't got the money. And before your bill gets paid, before you pay your bills, your rent money's gonna go to bury my brother, one way or another. If you stop,
This lady's insane.
I have not spent from GoFundMe, and you do not allow my brother to get buried, I will make sure I take it out of your paycheck, and I will make sure I take your whole paycheck for the rest of your life.
I will take your whole paycheck for the rest of your life. I don't know who she thinks she's fooling. That's not like a threat. That is an empty threat if I've ever heard it in my life. And I think she probably believes it too.
You continue with me, and I will make sure your funds come to me. Okay? Because that's how it works when you do defamation. You think you could just sit here and lie on someone? Why do you think JG's suing this lady for millions of dollars? She don't got. I'm pretty sure you don't got the type of money. You don't got that. Because now I got help. You know that I got money for legal fees too? I would suggest you don't mess with me. Because these unlimited funds for legal fees, you're done, buddy. You're done. So
Unlimited funds for legal fees. Who does she think she is?
you guys need to worry more about what Trump is doing.
Okay, so this is really good. People are saying, Tophiachu, it's looking really bad right now. Are you using your brother's GoFundMe money to fund your own lifestyle? And her excuse is, you guys need to be looking at what Donald Trump is doing. She's going to start talking about the price of a box of cereal in New Jersey. Not only that, Tophiachu is not a smoker. If she was, I don't know if she'd still be around today, being honest.
With your lives than worrying about someone scamming people on GoFundMe that doesn't even have access to the GoFundMe, because you're about to not have access to houses and rent and being able to live the way you live. You're going to end up homeless just like me, and this world is a dangerous place. So I would make sure that you worry about yourself before worrying about me. Maybe worry about Trump ruining the economy before you worry about me. That's just a crazy thought, but hey. Because these rich people are taking money out of your pockets. And if you think it's going to get... These tariffs are making things worse. $9 for a box of cereal. You're worried about a scam because you want to believe in your heart that I'm scamming people because it bothers you so much that I got money. But yet you won't take this energy to the government and fight why grocery prices are so high and why a box of Kellogg's cereal in New Jersey is $9 and why eggs are so high and why packs of cigarettes, which mind you, if you can't afford your habit, then maybe you should just quit. But packs of cigarettes are now up to $13. maybe instead of worrying about those issues, because I think nicotine is bad. I think
Why is she even talking about like bringing this up? Like I don't like nicotine. Why is she talking about it? Back when I smoked Camels, I think that was around the price I paid, like $17 Canadian for a pack.
smoking is bad in general. You should just quit. But then again, it's hard for some people to quit, and I understand. But some of the basic necessities are too expensive.
Tophia would have qualified for government assistance, keeps changing the story, and tries to deflect every single time she sees somebody says that they likely used the money for things unrelated to the funeral. I normally try to think that people have the best intentions with these sort of things, but there's no doubt in my mind that Tophia did one of the most evil things she could have done in this situation. And all the pity that she has received from the people who watch her is pretty much gone. That is the end of our Tophiachu segment, and we'll be now moving on to our final one, World of T-Shirts. Now, outside of being ran by a guy called Mr. Based, a total loser by the way, I know next to nothing about World of T-Shirts. He has been going on a little world tour as of late, going to Costa Rica. Now, World of T-Shirts' real name Josh is a super alcoholic that gets blackout drunk almost daily, and he's already seeing the effects of what that does to somebody's body. This is a clip of him getting spotted in Costa Rica.
Josh! Hey Josh, can I take a picture with you?
No, I just flew in from.
No, I just flew in. This guy sounds like my Chibi impression.
Can I take a picture?
No, I'm leaving. How did
All right.
you know I was at the airport?
I saw
How did you know I was at the airport?
your TikToks. I
No,
love.
that's scary.
Why?
Because, like, I just
¿Qué es el
flew
hombre
in
famoso?
from
Sí.
Newark.
¿De qué?
And then
serio?
we were right outside the customs area.
No, but yeah, you know, I live over here.
We gotta go. We gotta go.
¿Qué pasó?
Now we're about to see these gentlemen yell out, "Put the fries in the bag." This is World of T-Shirts trigger word. For some reason, like, it just sets him off.
Hey Josh, Josh, put the fries in the bag.
You're a fucking
Put the fries in the bag.
I make more than you get.
Put the fries in the bag. Put the fries in the bag.
So now we know a little bit of what World of T-Shirts is like. On April 13th, he did an interview with the Bill Clinton kid. This was honestly a pretty interesting interview. Honestly, it was a lot better than I thought it was going to be. So let's see some highlights.
Hi, I'm the one and only World of T-Shirts.
For today's co-host, please welcome in Mike.
Now, this Mike guy, he does not say a single thing in this entire interview.
Mike. By the way, Josh, can you please pull the mic closer to you so you can talk into it throughout the interview?
Hi, I'm Joshua Block, aka World of T-Shirts. I'm an influencer on TikTok and Instagram. I travel the world and make content.
Those pants should be illegal. He is wearing pants. It looks like it's just like, it looks like he took some retired parachutes, just varied, and sewed them all together.
You claim that you make 400 grand a year. Is that enough, or are you looking to be in the billions?
I want to be rich.
You want to be rich?
With all the hate I'm getting, I should be making more than $420 a year.
I should be making more than $420,000 a year. How can someone say, like, don't get me wrong, I'm sure no matter how much money you're making, you think, oh, you know what, I could use a little bit more. It's a safety net, helps out. But he's going to say, I should be making $20 million a year.
More than that. Oh, you're making 420 now?
420K a year.
Where is the majority of that money coming from?
From my sponsor.
What is your sponsors?
His sponsor, Party.com. Now, like I said earlier, with Kanye, Party.com is where streamers who have nowhere else to go have to go. It is like the new Cozy. Mr. Based is there. Johnny Somali is there. Dack Doherty is there. And he's going to be coming up again, surprisingly, soon.
It's the Party.com app, the streaming platform.
Have they paid you any of the money, or it's just in promises?
No, I get paid every time I...
By decade?
No. Whenever I hit my quota, I get paid.
What is, like, your quota? How many hours?
For every 10 hours he streams on Party.com a week, they will give him $2,000.
Or specifically?
10 hours a week.
How much does that equate to?
About, I shouldn't say the exact amount, but...
You want to give a rough estimate?
Like, $2,000 a month, a week.
$2,000 a week, so that would be like $8,000 a month times 12 would be like 96,000 a year you're making?
No, I make 270 grand a year from the sponsor.
Oh, just as a direct, not counting the hours?
Yeah. But I make money from, cameos, my meet and greets in the East Village in Brooklyn, and from, merch sales.
How much money would you like to have, and then you would become satisfied, you wouldn't want to make any more?
I'd like to make $20 million a year.
20 million? What would you use it to kill anybody?
No, I would buy myself my dream mansion.
Your dream mansion? Where?
So many of these lolcows all have the same idea. I want a house. Yeah, that's a little concerning because I want a house too.
What would that be?
Naples, Italy.
Oh, yeah. Well, okay. Well, I'm sure we'll talk about that later. It doesn't have to be politics. Maybe you're encouraging people to drink and scramble their brains.
Okay, yeah, we just had a little skip. So we're going to hear Joshua Block, World of T-Shirts, talk about his alcoholism. He's going to say, I woke up at 11 a.m. and I didn't drink till 7. That means I'm not an alcoholic.
What do you mean? I'm 23 years old.
What do you mean you're 23?
I drink.
What do you mean you're 23? Sorry, Bill Clinton kid, but I think that's a pretty obvious statement.
Everybody my age drinks.
Do you think you're an alcoholic or no?
I don't think I'm that bad yet, but I think I might drink too much sometimes.
Well, now, what traits would an alcoholic might have that you wouldn't have? Because to me, I don't want to make you angry, but I feel like you have all of those tendencies.
Come on, I waited till 7 o'clock at night to drink tonight.
But what time did you wake up? And also, you still drank today, you know what I mean? It was only...
I woke up at 11 a.m. and I didn't drink till 7.
But you have a whole whiskey right there. Are you going to drink the whole thing?
No, I'm just going to have this mixer that I poured myself.
Just that one cup?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think gas cars should be banned. I think all cars and train locomotives should go electric.
All electric?
Yeah.
How did you become such good friends with Mr. Beast?
Now, I had to think about if I was going to leave this in full or not. I'm going to leave it in full. Mr. Beast getting called Mr. Beast for some reason just sets him off.
Beast!
Mr. Beast.
Beast!
Yeah, the YouTuber, the famous one, Mr. Beast?
No, he's not Mr. Beast, he's Mr. Based.
Yeah, I know, Mr. Beast.
Based!
I don't understand the confusion. I think we're saying the same thing.
Mr. Based.
Mr. Based.
Mr. Based is not Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast is...
You're saying the same thing, though. You're saying my friend
Come on, listen to me. This is not...
What's the difference in spelling, Mr. Beast and Mr. Beast?
Mr. Bass, Jason called himself Mr. Based as
Mr.
a
Beast.
marketing technique, so he would so that people would confuse him with Mr. Beast.
Oh, so you're saying that your friend Mr. Beast, his real name is Jason?
Yeah, he's not Mr. Beast, he's Mr. Based.
Yeah, you're friends with Mr. Beast, but his real name is Jason?
Based! What the fuck is this shit?
Sorry, I'm getting confused. Are you saying you're friends with Mr. Based?
I don't know how Bill Clinton kid is supposed to like not keep us. I would not be able to like hide my laughter.
Based or Mr. Beast?
Based.
Mr. Beast.
Based.
Okay, we'll move on. If alcohol is so bad, why when you drink it do you stop shaking?
I might have said this before. If you drink like an extreme amount, you will eventually develop the shakes unless you start drinking. Now, I worked with one guy who had it. He had it before I met him, so these are all stories from people that told me that worked with him before. But apparently, he would like every day, he would go to the liquor store that was attached to a grocery store, buy a bottle of whiskey and a 2 liter of ginger ale, drink that whole thing, go to work the next day, rinse, repeat. And apparently, like I said, he would get the shakes when he didn't drink. World of T-shirts saying what he's about to say, like, maybe it's healthy, is absolutely insane.
I don't really know.
Would that make you think it's a good thing? That's what you told me on the phone on the way here.
Yeah, probably because I'm having withdrawal symptoms. I don't know.
That's a smart thing, so maybe you should stop drinking?
Not stop, but do it in moderation.
But you've been saying that for a long time. It seems you're having trouble in moderation, maybe lock you in a room.
It's probably just a phase, you know?
It's probably just a phase. Probably not. They say the best form of moderation is abstinence. And we are going to see the mental gymnastics that World of T-shirts is going to go through to say, like, no, I'm not going to stop yet.
Everybody my age has had their alcoholic years. And
No. Maybe they've had alcohol, but not like this.
I just have to cut back, that's all.
Now, there's that one guy when I was researching, he tracks how much alcohol you have.
Yeah, drink tracker.
Yeah, so he calculates some days you're having like 20 to 30 drinks.
I'm not sure how many people I have in my audience that have never drank, but 30 drinks is actually insane.
I mean, what?
But like,
how are you not collapsing flat on your face?
I went 20 hours without drinking. That means I'm not a full-blown alcoholic.
When you drink, is it usually with your friend Mr. Beast?
I drink sometimes, especially on vacation.
Does Mr. Beast usually go with you?
No.
He's too busy filming those big videos.
No, I don't want Mr. Beast to go on. Beast!
I don't understand the difference.
It's Mr. Beast.
M-R-B-E-A-S-T, Mr. Beast.
Mr. B-A-S-E-D, Beast.
Oh, I get it, Mr. like Beast. Mr. Beast.
Beast is B-E-A-S-T. Mr. Beast is Mr. B-A-S-E-D.
Oh, okay, so you're saying it's the same guy, just he's using a different name sometimes?
It's not, no. Mr. Beast is not in any way affiliated with Mr. Beast.
It's not affiliated, it's the same human.
It's not the same
guy. He's the same guy.
No, he's fucking not.
He is the same guy.
No, he's not.
He's the same guy.
No, he's not. Just stop it.
I'm sorry, I'm getting confused.
I feel very unsafe in this studio.
I apologize.
Let's go back a second. What is in his hand? Is that like a vape? Okay, so I swear he's got like a vape and snooze at the same time.
Yo.
I apologize. I'll cut back on the Mr. Beast stuff. Mr. Beast, I mean.
I feel very unsafe here. Like, what's gonna happen to me tonight?
Oh, we're gonna see what happens to you, World of T-shirts, tonight.
So far, I don't think we're planning on, like... I would never touch, I guess.
I know, like, I drink too much alcohol, but instead of, like, abstaining and being completely alcohol-free, I want to do, like, have a notebook.
To track it?
And have, like, and I should write down, a drinking plan, like, when I can drink, when I should...
But you might go a little overboard, you know what I mean? Maybe one day you'll plan to just have one shot of that whiskey, but you might get too tempted to drink the whole thing.
No, I can control it if I want to.
So why haven't you tried to control it yet? It's been a couple of years now.
Because I'm young and I like to drink, but when I'm older, I'll learn to spend more time sober.
That is such a big assumption. So World of T-Shirts again, for a couple of years now, he has been a full-blown alcoholic. Do people become full-blown alcoholics and stop? Yes, all the time, I'd say. But he is actively looking for reasons not to even slow down.
Yes. Do you ever...
So, like, I'm not gonna, like, just give it up forever. I'm just gonna... As I get older, I'll learn to moderate it more.
I don't think you need to give it up, but I think that maybe giving it up temporarily altogether might be good for you.
Maybe, like, what? A dry January?
Yeah, but I think when you call it something like that, you're almost looking forward to going crazy, falling flat on the face February.
I think next year I'll do a dry January.
You shouldn't wait.
This is just like with a New Year's resolution. People saying, oh, you know what? I'm going to wait until New Year's to change my life. If you do that, you're already setting yourself up to fail. They say that all you have is now. What that means is like, hey, you can make a plan for where you're going to be in a year. But in reality, if you say every day, hey, you know what? If I keep doing these specific things, it's going to put me in a better position tomorrow. That is the better way to go about life.
Till next year, though. That's in a long time. Maybe try...
I could do sober October.
That's true. I mean, that's also in a long time. That's almost...
I could do sober October.
You could do that. What about sober...
How about maybe May?
So sober... I mean, sober like... Sober May?
That doesn't make sense. Sober October.
It rhymes?
Yeah, it rhymes. I could try to do sober October.
He's even saying, like, I could try to do sober October. Not, I will do sober October.
Does it have to rhyme for you to quit drinking alcohol?
For a month, yes.
For a month, yes.
That doesn't make any sense, though. Why is it rhyming? Why is that mutually exclusive to you?
Come on, it's a thing. Sober October.
How about no Chardonnay May?
Sober dry January. That's a trend.
Well, I don't think you need to follow that trend, but it's okay.
You're not my father.
I'm just giving you advice.
You can't, like, literally stop me from drinking.
I'm not trying
alcohol.
to. I'm just giving you my opinion. If you don't want to...
Like, it's not like I have to do it. I just like to party a lot.
Right, I understand. That could be good, and then when you get mad in the street, you'll start beating them up.
Yeah.
Then you will be in jail then.
It's self-defense.
Can you pull the mic closer to you?
No, but I won't be in jail because we live in the U.S. and it's protected under the Second Amendment.
Yeah, but if somebody tells you that phrase you don't like and you beat them up, that's not self-defense.
All right, so now we're going to hear him say, oh no, if somebody says, put the fries in the bag, I can beat them up.
Defense.
Oh, so they have to be trying to rob me or hurt me, right?
Yeah, they have to touch you first. If they, there's also the freedom of speech.
What, if they're trying to, like, rob me, then I could use self-defense.
That is true, but not if they are saying stuff you don't like.
Put the fries in the bag. That's not freedom of speech. That's just bullying.
Yeah, but bullying is legal.
I could actually... No, bullying's a crime. I could actually sue somebody for saying put the fries...
Yeah, but what...
I could sue somebody for saying put the fries in the bag. I don't think that's true, World of T-Shirts. Now, unlike Tophiachu, he actually would have the money to get a lawyer. Would he win? No.
How would they be breaking?
Ableism, cyberbullying.
Yeah. Cyberbullying, that's the biggest one.
Cyberbullying's a crime.
If TikTok gets banned and you can't even make $1...
Okay, so this is another good one. World of T-Shirts is about to say, oh, if TikTok gets banned in the US, I will seek asylum in Mexico.
You could never make $1 again. You'll be homeless. What will you do?
I would just cross the Mexican border and claim asylum because TikTok's still available there.
Are you gonna jump the wall?
No, I would not necessarily. I would jump the wall and then turn myself in and say like the U.S.
Does this make any sense? He would jump the U.S. Mexican wall, seek asylum, so he could continue uploading to TikTok. Which, by the way. Let's be honest. Both Mexico and the US use the same Play Store. If it's not available in the US, TikTok, yeah, you might still be able to like make money off of it, but it's not going to be the same platform.
This government took my job away.
But what if they turned you back? They sent you back around. They sent you to New York. And then, as a matter of fact, President Trump, he builds like a glass container. He puts you in and people are banging all day. Hello, hello, hello.
We're going to hear MacGyver here say how he plans to eat at the glass walls.
I would just kick the glass in.
It's stainless steel metal glass. I just came up with that.
I would keep kicking it until every material has a weakness.
Right.
Nothing's completely indestructible.
Again, Mike has not said a single word in this entire episode. Like, I don't know what he is doing there.
Every material has a weakness.
Right.
I could just pour liquid bromine on it, and the metal.
Yeah, but you're gonna be stuck.
Melt.
You wouldn't have liquid bromine. You would be stuck in metal glass.
I would make some.
You have no resources besides food that they're dropping down. You get to eat it off the floor.
Well, what I could.
All right, this is his genius showing right now. He is about to say, "Oh, well, you know what? I'll make alcohol and I will rub that on the walls and the alcohol will eat away at the glass." Joshua Block, what does alcohol usually come in? Glass bottles. There are so many, like, I have heard so many auctions where it's like, hey, there was a scuba expedition, they found a shipwreck, and guess what's for sale? A $200 bottle of rum. I think just recently, or not recently, but like within the past like couple of years, they have found a 2,000-year-old sealed jar of wine. Now, it was in a clay pot lined with leaves. So I know it's not glass, but like, it's not going to eat away at things.
Do is I could use the bread and the juice to make alcohol, and I could put alcohol on the glass to eat away the material.
That's interesting. Or you could just use the alcohol to eat away your pain in the glass. You know what I mean?
I could pour the alcohol on the glass and it would eat away the material.
Now, I'm 17, so I've never drunk alcohol. Would you recommend that when I'm your age or 21, I should drink like you?
You could, if you like to party.
This is the worst advice you could give somebody.
A lot, you can't.
Okay, you know what? No, there's much worse advice you could give somebody, but this is not good advice.
Party sober.
Right.
Yeah, I'm planning on getting a house in Naples, Italy.
How will you afford that?
Easy. You know how cheap it is to live in Europe? Universal health care, a decent 4-bedroom home.
Oh, but the guy just called me. He said you're not allowed.
Okay, so I skipped this. Some guy called Bill Clinton's phone. Or, sorry, not Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton kid called his phone, pretending to be the president of Italy, did like a Mario accent, and said, "Oh, Joshua Block, you're a bandit from Italy, eh?" And Joshua Block, of course, said, "That's not the real president of Italy." And Bill Clinton says, "Oh, no, yes, it is." So that's why he's saying, like, "Oh, what about that guy saying he banned you?"
In Italy.
That's not true. It's not him.
How can we know 100%?
Wake up and smell the coffee. There's no way.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, you just lost it. Something I would have done a long time ago.
Say that the president would call you. He's busy.
He calls me every day. He says happy birthday to me every day.
That's not the president. Take your diaper off and face the
Take your diaper off and face the facts. Who's he talking to? Andy Ditch?
facts.
I hope it's not. I hope you can still go there.
I can go there. I've been there before.
Oh, you've been there already? Maybe that's why. Did you do anything wrong there?
No, nothing at all.
So it's unreasonable for him to ban you?
It's not the president. Trust me.
Just in case, would you want me to text him and tell him to unban you?
Yeah, but it's not really him.
Just in case it's him.
In case, but...
What do you think the odds are that it's him, like 5%?
Like, 0.001%.
So like 1 in 10,000, 1 in 100,000.
Like 1 in a million that it's really him.
But how can this fake imposter guy get my number?
I've been all over Europe. I mean, like, if I'm banned from one country, I'm banned from all of Europe, because it's all like EU territory.
Do you ever plan to reproduce your peak genetics?
I'm moving to Naples, Italy, as soon as I get my,
All right, so we're going to get to hear Joshua Block's idea on how citizenship works. It is so out there. I've never heard anything like it before.
nomad visa.
Nomad? Is that where you'll reproduce your peak genetics, or no? Do you not want to have that?
I don't want to have a baby.
Why not? They will become so...
If I marry a girl and I go to Italy on vacation and she and her water breaks.
Can you talk into the mic, please?
If I get a girl pregnant and we're in Italy and she goes into labor and she's birthed in Italy, wouldn't I be an an Italian citizen? Because
if I have a kid with an Italian woman, if I have a kid with an Italian woman, wouldn't that make me an Italian citizen? No, it does not. It would probably make it easier for you to apply for citizenship, especially if you got married. But no, it would not automatically make him an Italian citizen.
Baby would, but not you, and the guy called me anyways. How? But you said he's fake.
He's a phony.
Would you like to beat him up?
Yeah. But like... Hold on, like, if I go to Italy with my girlfriend or
You have a girlfriend?
Or my future wife and, like, we get pregnant in Italy and, like, she goes to the hospital in Italy and gives birth, wouldn't we all be Italians?
I believe the answer would actually be the kid would be American.
Citizens?
No, just her and the baby.
Just the mother and the baby?
Maybe if you guys get married, I don't know what their immigration laws are like, but...
But if I'm married to an American girl and she gives birth in Italy, wouldn't we all be Italians?
No! I don't know where he's coming up with this.
Citizens?
I don't think so, especially not if that's the real guy.
He's not real. I have an American passport. I can go to Italy for up to 180 days without a visa.
How can you sleep at night knowing you're always being watched and they are out to get you?
I just get really drunk and to forget about it all.
So it's like you getting drunk is like a defense mechanism?
I'm not an alcoholic, but sometimes I drink when I'm in distress.
Yes. What do you think is the biggest thing stopping you from making 20 million a year right
I
now?
don't know. I'm just unfortunate. I have to deal with all the harassment without any of the wealth.
But 400 grand.
I need to deal with all the harassment with none of the wealth. Joshua Block, oh, if I could get $420,000 a year like you. Whew.
Grand is a lot of money, no?
It's more than tenured teachers start at $70K a year, and once they tenure, they make about $140K a year. So I'm making more than teachers.
Do you think you deserve more money than teachers? You're doing more for the world?
Yeah, I'm doing more from the...
Yeah, I'm getting people to come to New York City. I've been to New York City once. I will never go again.
World, you know, I'm going all over the world. I'm making videos. I'm making videos in Manhattan, like...
But why Manhattan? Why does you being in Manhattan matter?
Because I'm educating people about New York City. I'm influencing people to come on vacation.
You're giving them a sign, like, don't go to New York City. The people are crazy here.
No, I'm just saying, like... I'm just influencing people to take a trip to New York.
Is that more important than teaching children?
It's...
About as important.
It's a it's a
all
different
the same level.
career.
Right.
But like some people who live in like the Midwest or like in California, they've never been to New York.
Right.
But I'm just like influencing people to take a trip to New York. You know, they say if you can make it in New York, you can make it anywhere.
Right. How many calories do you eat per day in alcohol?
I don't even know.
Now, I can understand why he doesn't know. Now, so any other drink, like, I don't know, soda, juice, milk, you name it, needs to show the nutritional facts. For some reason, I don't understand this. Booze gets away with not having to apply. Now, I think that's something that should actually change, but yeah, I could understand him not knowing how many calories he drinks a day.
More than like 2,000-3,000?
I don't know.
4,000?
I don't know.
5,000?
I don't know.
8,000?
I told you I don't know. Stop asking me that.
Sorry, sometimes when you get a little like yelling, I get hyped up. I think we're having a good time. Were you having fun there?
Yeah. It's 1,700 hours somewhere.
I never want to hear that again in my
nice
life.
to hear you were having fun.
Who is that guy in the plague
Oh,
mask?
and now we're going to see...
What happened?
There's some guy
He's about to get... I don't even know how to... Hazed? Yeah, put the fries in the bag. Put the fries in the bag.
Put the fries in the bag.
Get him away!
Who's that?
Get away! I'm scared! Get away! Get...
In the bag. Put the fries in the bag. Put the fries in the bag.
Oh my fucking god! Oh my fucking god!
Put the fries in the bag. Put the fries in the bag.
Get him out!
I don't understand how he does not understand. This is obviously orchestrated by Bill Clinton kid. Very likely Mr. Bass too, doing this for clicks, knowing like, hey, this is gonna get him
out. Get him out of here! Get them out of here, please! I can't! Get him out!
Yeah, why doesn't he go underneath the tent? Like, it's a tent.
Out of here!
Put the fries in the bag. 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 Put the fries in the bag.
I'm scared.
Put the fries in the bag.
Police!
Put the fries in the bag. Put the fries in the bag.
Police, I'm scared. There's people dressed in masks that are tormenting me.
There's people dressed in masks tormenting me.
What's the address?
No, I got rid of them. I got them out of the area.
How do they find me?
I don't know.
How they find me? Gee, I wonder.
Sue them? Yeah.
You need to sue them.
How do they get here? You wanna fight, bitch?
I got rid of
You wanna fight, bitch?
How do they get here?
Got rid of them.
How do they get here? I didn't even post.
I think I know what happened.
What?
I think Longneck led them. Longneck?
Who's Longneck?
That guy with the long neck goes like with the long neck. It's okay, I got rid of them. Sorry that happened.
How do they find me in here?
Longneck has my location all the way. So he must have known because Mr. B said you were streaming with me.
Based.
Mr. Bass said you were streaming with me, so Longneck must have sent them.
Who's Longneck?
Look him up on Instagram. He has a couple million followers.
Why were they wearing plague masks?
They were the devils from Satan.
So yeah, that was a pretty interesting interview. A lot better than I thought it was going to be, like I said earlier. I don't think that Joshua Block knew what he was getting into. I don't really have words for it. Like, was it entertaining? Yeah. Did it touch upon literally any new information? Probably not. So Joshua Block was not done with his world tour so far. And he decided he was going to go to the UAE, Dubai, for a vacation. Unfortunately for him, he got denied at the airport. And I know what somebody's going to say. Adenim, you would not do an Andy Ditch impression. But you're willing to do one of World of T-Shirts. And you know what? Yes. Because with Andy Ditch, it was a lot more, how do I say it? Joshua Block, he has such a distinct voice. I got deported from United Arab Emirates at immigrations. They said they have no reason why. They will put me in the next flight back to JFK. I'm being deported today because people spammed UAE immigration with nasty letters about me. Vacation ruined. Now, thankfully for our boy, he did make it home safely. But then things were about to get bad. Because for some reason, Joshua Block decided that he was going to go to Los Angeles, and he hung out with Dack Doherty. Now, let's just get a little picture of these besties together before we go into any videos. Joshua Block would be 100% justified going full vampire and biting Dack Doherty's neck to get him off. Like, oh, this is such a terrible photo. I can't believe it's real.
Josh, did a flex?
All right, I'm going to say this right now. If somebody did this to my car, I would kill them.
Mr. Bass follows him on Instagram.
I don't know. Mr. Based is a strange person.
Is he?
No, he's got a nice glass. Right through the windshield. Right, unless like I saw that wrong the past couple times I looked at it. Yeah, that went right through that white car's windshield. And that other guy just threw one too.
No.
Oh, okay, so this is probably my favorite clip that I got from all this. Like I said earlier, I do not like Dack Doherty at all. I think he's a weasel. From what I understand, he had rented this place. And so he invites Joshua Block into this party. Josh Block drank way too much. And this guy filming says, "Hey, Josh, do you need to go throw up somewhere?" And he says, "Now." And then he walks right up to this expensive rug. Like, I'm assuming it's expensive. Walks right up to it, vomits onto it, and then just stands there and like 2 or 3 seconds later throws up on it again.
Oh. Are you sure? I'm sure. You sure you're not?
Like, if he did this on the tiles, it would be fine. Like, able to clean up, no problem. He did it on one of the worst possible spots.
Throw up? You might have to throw up. Oh. Yo, Jack.
Yeah.
I saw it coming. No, move away from the furniture, Josh.
I tried to
Yeah, wrangle him, Jack. You put this on yourself.
hold it.
God damn it. Dude, security deposit! I just asked him.
You can wipe it.
I said, you have to throw up? He goes, no.
If I was Jack, I would immediately say to all the guys at that party, "Boys, we're taking this out to the front lawn or the backyard and hosing it down, praying that it's safe."
I literally just asked.
I thought I could contain it.
I thought I could contain it. No, if you ever feel like you need to throw up, like, get a garbage bag, go to the toilet, go to the garbage bin, go outside. I don't care. Like, do not just think, "Oh, I'm fine."
Never heard him say that before.
Stand out here and get some fresh air, Josh.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, he's still got that drink in his hand. Jack knows he's about to cause more havoc in this place he's renting. He says, "Put that drink down." Unfortunately for him, he brought in a full-blown alcoholic who is not going to put that down. Even after just throwing up, he's going to say, "No, I'm going to get that lost liquor back into me."
Josh, put the high noon the fuck down now.
No.
Josh, please put the high in the bushes over there. Please put the high. Right, Josh, right there. Josh, don't hold it in.
Yeah, look at that. So he was just audibly, like, gagging. And what does he do? He sees the bushes. He keeps walking inside.
Just let it out. You're okay.
No, stop that.
Josh.
No, stop that.
You're almost wet.
I know, it's not good. Thank you.
It's called boot and route.
No boot and route. It's Baton Rouge. Oh, let it out.
Ah.
Put the high name down, Josh.
Stop.
Stop, Julian.
Stop, Julian. Boys.
Just get rid of the high knee.
No.
Josh, you know that's what's making you throw up, right? Oh, fuck, the mic's cooked.
Josh, you should leave Jack's house and go to the bar. Alcohol is love and life.
What the fuck is
Take
wrong
another
with you guys?
shot.
The answer's no. Stop, Josh. Put the high noon, please.
No.
Oh my.
I hate more.
Okay, so before we get to this clip of Josh yelling at someone how he makes more money, I'll say this. Not Josh. Dack Doherty actually was not, like, as bad to him as I would have expected. Like, he was obviously trying to help out Josh. So he gets some good boy points in that end, but I still don't really like him.
Money in you! You understand? Oh, Bronx style.
I'll fuck you up Bronx style. Is he even from? I know he's from New York, but is he from the Bronx?
Not the dinner table. Hang up! Hang up! No, you're lying! Liar! Liar! No, you didn't.
Just come. Okay, so yeah, this clip, I think it's the last one. I'm pretty sure it is, at least. So Dack Doherty and World of T-Shirts and a group of who cares, they all decide, hey, let's go to a vineyard, like where they make wine. They're getting a tour from the owner, and Josh Block vomits right in front of the owner, and they all laugh it off. First of all, I'm shocked he wasn't kicked out like immediately. And now this random guy is like trying to get into it with Josh Block, and we're gonna see how this looks like the two kids like pretend fighting.
Inside.
Josh, chill. It's not me.
Stop! Go inside! Stop!
Sorry.
Like, this is a fight from South Park.
No, Joe! Oh, you wanna go?
I am sorry for this lag.
You gotta wait, bro. Get him the fuck away. Get him the fuck away.
Oh yeah, he's chasing after the guy.
Get him away! Help! Get him away!
I can see why so many people watch this guy. But you know what? It's definitely something fresh, new. But I don't know if I'll be keeping up with him myself. And that is the end of our World of T-Shirts segment. Now, before we move on to tech and media, we're going to do something on A.D.A that has never been done before, and that is honorable mentions. Unfortunately, I was not able to get everything I would have liked into this episode if I wanted to get it out on time, so I had to cut these two things. The first of all being Nicholas Rekieta, who was sentenced to 28 days in prison starting on August 1st, and 5 years on probation. During this time, he can be drug tested at any time for any reason over the next 5 years, as well as he has to do 80 hours of community service. I would have preferred something else to happen to him, like a longer sentence, but you know what? You get what you get. It could have been worse. And thankfully, it looks like the Rekieta body cam footage is coming out soon. Lastly, when it comes to Nicholas Rekieta, Null actually closed down the Rekieta board on the Kiwi Farms, as he said there's no longer a point to having it. Nick genuinely thought that he was smarter than everyone else around him, from the police, his church, the courts, other streamers, his friends, his family, and he even thought he was smarter than the drugs that he was on. I don't think that we're going to be hearing much from him going forward. Now, the second topic that I would have really liked to cover is the iDub situation, where he snaked his friend H3H3. However, unfortunately, because that one is going to be a full video, I'm not going to be covering it here. And that is the end of our lolcow segments. Now, we will be moving on to the 4chan hack. This is one of the few times that a segment that I'm talking about has actually affected me. I have been using 4chan since I was about in high school. I find its board system to be the absolute best when it comes to any interests I have. Unlike something like Reddit and Discord, where you have super niche subreddits and Discord servers. Again, like I said, I just find the board system to be a lot better. For anyone that's never used 4chan, the way that it works is there are many boards that are related to a vague topic at hand. Then, people can post a thread in that board that's related to that broad topic. A good example that I can give is I make it no secret that I'm pretty big into 40k. Now, on Reddit and Discord, those servers could be pretty narrowed down to things like 40k lore, 40k art, modeling, and so on, and that's pretty cool. But on 4chan, the Warhammer topics are right next to things like Magic the Gathering, Dungeons & Dragons, tabletop stories, 3D printing, painting, chess, and more. In a weird way, it kind of feels a lot bigger in that regard, and it's almost like you're walking into a local gaming store. The threads also don't last forever on 4chan, and there's only a limited amount of threads that can be on a board at once, meaning that popular threads get to stay, while ones of low quality that no one has any interest in replying to go away. Threads also don't stay around forever. That's because they have a hard limit of around 300 replies that can get before it gets locked, and then no longer replied to, eventually leading them to die off. 4chan also has no usernames or accounts, so your post is judged by its quality alone, and not your reputation, account age, or worst of all, Reddit karma. You could also be having a casual conversation with literally anyone. A good example of this would be one of my favorite actors, the late Trevor Moore, going on there. Let's pull him up right here. 4chan likes to do little things, like on Christmas or its birthday, they have celebratory hats that will go on top of posts. And they also like to do pranks. On April Fools of this year, for example, they closed off some of the less active boards under the authority of the Department of 4chan Efficiency. Obviously a little reference to Doge. Now, I thought that was pretty funny, and that probably cursed me because then, on April 14th, 4chan was hacked from a rival image board called the Shardy. All you really need to know about them was 4chan used to have a board called QA that was meant so that users could properly discuss things like moderation, staffing issues, and just overall things about the website. If you compare that to YouTube, one of the biggest issues that people have, especially who upload to it, is that there's such a lack of communication and transparency that it's very hard to use sometimes. Well, somehow, QA found a way to instead become the home of soy jack edits, rating plans, and purposely antagonize the staff. That unfortunately led to its deletion in 2021. Many of those posters moved to a new place called soyjack.party, that's often just called the Shardy. Well, on April 14th, they had hacked 4chan using a PDF file exploit, the actual file that's not a safe for YouTube term, and they got 4chan source code, user IP info, admin and moderator emails, financial records, and found out who bought 4chan gold passes. Now that one apparently they were not going to release, which is pretty good. In response, 4chan shut the site down and posted this on X. It takes time. So 4chan was down for a little while. Something that actually shocked me about this was there was actually a secret board called J. This was for janitors and modders. The reason I find this so interesting is the way that 4chan works. If you type in 4chan.org, then /board name /, you go straight to that board. The names are all like super short and memorable, so they're not hard to remember. A really good example would be the business board is legit just /biz /. Many of the email addresses of the mods and jannies were linked to school accounts, work accounts, and government accounts. On April 24th, the website came back and 4chan released this message, still standing. On the afternoon of April 14th, a hacker using a UK IP address exploited an out-of-date software package on one of 4chan's servers via a bogus PDF upload. With this entry point, they were eventually able to gain access to one of 4chan's servers, including database access and access to our own administrative dashboard. The hacker spent several hours exfiltrating database tables and much of 4chan's source code. When they had finished downloading what they wanted, they began to vandalize 4chan, at which point moderators became aware, and 4chan servers were halted, preventing further access. Over the following days, 4chan's development team surveyed the damage, which, to be frank, was catastrophic. While not all of our servers were breached, the most important one was, and it was due to simply not updating old operating systems and code in a timely fashion. Unfortunately, this problem was caused by having insufficient skilled man-hours available to update our code and infrastructure, and being starved of money for years by advertisements, payment providers, and service providers who had succumbed to external pressure campaigns. We had begun a process of speccing new servers in late 2023. As many have suspected, until that time, 4chan had been running on a set of servers purchased second-hand by Moot, a few weeks before his final Q&A. Now, just a little side note, I believe that stream, when he left that Q&A, I think that was 2013. As prior to then, we simply were not in a financial position to consider such a large purchase. Advertisers and payment providers willing to work with 4chan are rare, and are quickly pressured by activists into canceling their services. Putting together the money for new equipment took nearly a decade. In April of 2024, we had agreed on specs and began looking for possible suppliers. Money is always tight for us, and few companies were willing to sell us servers, so Actually buying the hardware wasn't a trivial problem. We managed to finalize a purchase in June and had the new servers racked and online in July. Over the next few months, we slowly moved functionality onto the new servers, but we had still been relying on the old servers for key functions. Everything about this process took much longer than intended, which is a recurring theme in this debacle. The free time that 4chan's development team had available to dedicate to 4chan was insufficient to update our software and infrastructure fast enough, and our luck ran out. However, we have not been idle during our nearly 2 weeks of downtime. The server that was breached has been replaced with the operating system and code updated to the latest versions. PDF uploads have been temporarily disabled on those boards that supported them, but they will be back in the near future. One slow but much beloved board /F/Flash will not be returning, however, as there is no realistic way to prevent similar exploits using .swf files. We are bringing on additional volunteer developers to help keep up the workload, and our team of volunteer janitors and monitors remains united despite the grievous violations some have suffered to their personal privacy. 4chan is back. No other website can replace it, or this community. No matter how hard it is, we are not giving up. That is something I can completely agree with. There is no replacement for 4chan. When 4chan went down, Null on the Kiwi farms got a lot of 4chan refugees. Again, there's really no place like 4chan. Now, a lot of people, like myself, were worried that 4chan was going to be gone for good. Again, there is no other site like it. There are a lot of people that don't get it and think it's some sort of hive of scum and villainy, or as they used to call it, the internet hate machine. But in reality, it's so much more. The amount of beneficial info I've gotten out of that website through years and years of using it cannot be understated. And again, I was itching to go back on Biz when the site came up. And that is the end of our tech and media segment. I know it's shorter than it usually is. I did also want to cover the Alyssa Mercante Smash JT lawsuit and Ubisoft saying that you don't own your games. Unfortunately, due to recent updates and this one's absurd length already, I feel like that would be better if I pushed it to the next one. Of course, that leaves us with the final segment, the political segment. Normally, I like to say goodbye before this, as I know the political segment is not something for everyone. But considering this is going to be the shortest topic of all, it wouldn't make a whole lot of sense to say goodbye twice in such a short time. That one topic is the Canadian election. Now, Canada has been the worst I've ever seen it in my life for a couple of years now. When I got my first apartment in 2017, I was paying around $950 for a 2-bedroom apartment, not counting bills. Now, when I got that, I said, hey, you know what? I don't need a 2-bedroom, but maybe at some point I'd want the extra space. The difference in price between a 1 and 2 bedroom was $100 a month. When I moved out of that place in 2023, one of my friends showed me an ad where for $1,000 a month in rent, you could live in the same 2-bedroom apartment that I lived in, same kind, not the same one, but you would be sharing the bedroom with another person, and there were 2 other people sharing the other bedroom. Now that's 4 people sharing a kitchen, a small bathroom, and a mail slot. A lot of people have tried to blame COVID and landlords for this, which I'm sure do play a role, but one of the biggest causes was the country's unchecked immigration. Now, immigration is a very hot topic, and it always will be one. But this is one of the few cases where I've seen both sides agree. All parties, from what I understand, agreed that Canada had taken in more people than it was able to properly house. This led people that lived in the country their entire lives and fresh off the boat to be in the exact same problems. Housing is completely unaffordable. Now, for millennials, Generation Z, and a very, very large amount of immigrants that are coming here, the down payment system that we currently have is completely out of touch with reality. The conventional down payment system is you pay about 20% of the home's price as a down payment. Now, if you live in the city of Toronto, which I don't understand how you could right now, the average home price is $1.1 million. That means you would need just over $220,000 in your account to qualify. So if you can't afford a home, that means that the vast majority of people are going to have to rent. The average 1-bedroom apartment in the same city is just over $2,100. That is $25,000 a year just to have a roof over your head. I don't understand how someone is supposed to save money with overhead like that, especially when Canada's tax system is so out of control. People aren't able to save up money. This caused them to have to rent, which they pay more than they would pay a mortgage. Groceries and taxes keep getting worse and worse. And I'm sure everyone is in agreement, salaries have not kept up with the hyperinflation that the country is seeing. Again, this is not a case of immigrants bad, because before he resigned, Justin Trudeau himself, the leader of the party that was in charge since 2015, had this to say.
Immigration. Let's talk about it.
Yes, let's talk about it.
In the last 2 years, our population's grown really fast, like baby boom fast. And increasingly, bad actors like fake colleges and big chain corporations have been exploiting our immigration system for their own interests. So we're doing something major. We're reducing the numbers of immigrants that will come to Canada for the next 3 years. Today, I'm going to let you in on what happened.
For the next 3 years. I don't think that Canada is going to be able to build enough homes in that short 3 years before they just open it up again.
Where we made some mistakes and why we're taking this big turn. But after the pandemic, our economy came roaring back quickly. We needed a lot of workers fast.
We need a lot of workers fast. Well, we're going to see what that really means.
Like I said, immigration is based on demand. When we set our targets, we look at every province and territory. We ask the premiers, what are the gaps in your workforce?
What are the gaps in your workforce?
Is your population growing or getting older? We field calls from businesses, CEOs, economic experts, all sharing their thoughts on where we should set our targets.
We've had a chronic shortage of labor for the last decade. It is the #1 issue of all manufacturers across.
We have had a shortage of labor. No, we do not have a shortage of labor. We have a shortage of employers willing to pay a fair price.
Canada. So we think there needs to be more, push the pedal to the floor to bring more people into Canada, because
Ontario is facing a generational labor shortage.
Again, a generational labor shortage. Whatever job they need done, somebody will do for the right price. Rather than pay people a fair wage for their work, they would rather bring in someone who would work for pennies.
380,000 jobs.
380,000 jobs that are not paying properly. This is Doug Ford, the Premier of Ontario. That city of Toronto is in Ontario. How many of those jobs do you think that he is talking about that are in the city of Toronto where you can't live for what they're paying? Again, $25,000 just for an apartment. We've already gone over that for a 1-bedroom. People are not going to work a job if they cannot pay their bills while working it.
Are going unfilled.
It's no surprise that every sector has different wants and needs when it comes to immigration. But after the pandemic, they all came to us with the same message. After 2 years with closed borders, we need more people, more workers, fast. So we brought in more workers. It was the right choice. It worked. Our economy grew. Restaurants and stores reopened, businesses kept running. But most importantly, in spite of lots of economists' predictions, we avoided the worst-case scenario, a recession. Some saw that as an opportunity to profit, to game the system. We've seen way too many large corporations doing this.
The government says the program has been used to get around hiring Canadian workers in some instances.
There are many instances of these programs being used to avoid hiring Canadians. There was a very good picture a while ago, or a news story. There was a fast food restaurant that was paying people in like Kenya to do Zoom calls where they would take people's orders. So that way they could pay them. I think it was something like between $2 and $4.
Far too many colleges and universities used international students to raise their bottom line.
There are the diploma equivalent of puppy mills that are just churning out diplomas. There is fraud and abuse, and it needs to end.
Because they could charge these students tens of thousands of dollars more for the same degree. We'll see more corporations investing in Canadian workers and youth rather than relying on cheap foreign labor. Our cap on international students is already bringing rental prices down in big cities, and as we keep that cap in place, rents will keep coming down. We're making the system work for Canadians and for newcomers, rather than for the big box stores, chain restaurants, immigration consultants, and sham colleges that exploit it.
Sham colleges. Well, if you ask me, all colleges are sham colleges. So that's what Justin Trudeau had to say. Again, I will say this. There is no workforce shortage. People are not going to work a job that will treat them like dirt for pennies when corporations are taking in record profits. There is no job that will go unmanned for very long if they offer a fair wage for it. Now combine Canada's cost of living crisis with the crime problem and drug epidemic that's been going on. It's gotten to the point you can't walk on a city street without seeing a dirty needle thrown somewhere. I personally had enough of it for years by that point. I thought other people had too. But I was wrong because on April 28th, people voted for the same government that had been getting us into that mess. Canada has always had a large amount of its Quebec population talk about leaving, and now a second province, Alberta, is saying the exact same thing, with a recent poll saying that 36% of those people wanted to leave. I genuinely don't know what people are thinking. I think there's a reason why a staggering 11% of the Canadian population was recorded living abroad back in April 2024, and I think that that number is going to get a lot higher over the next couple of years, because when people who realize that they can just leave the country, do it. If you can save any money, I'd try to do that. And that ends our political segment. It was a little longer than I thought, but both that and this A.D.A are now over. Thank you for staying to the end through my rant, and I'll see you guys later. Peace.